Thank you. Welcome everyone to this evening's Committee of the Whole meeting for the Township of Woolwich. It's Tuesday, May 4th, and my apologies for the slightly delayed start. We have a number of delegations this evening and we were just trying to get everyone organized. Before we start, I will remind council that this portion of the meeting is being recorded and live streamed to YouTube. And I want to start by acknowledging that last week the remains of 215 children were discovered on the property of the Kamloops Residential School. Our hearts go out to the Kamloops Te Secwepemc First Nation and to all our Indigenous brothers and sisters. This discovery is not unexpected. It is the story our First Nations have been telling us for years. But it touches me, it touches all of us deeply. And perhaps, and I hope that the spirits of these hundreds of children will help us on our journey of reconciliation with our Indigenous communities. I can only try to imagine how this history and this announcement affects those families touched by our injustices. As we mourn with you, we also commit to working together so our dark history is understood and recognized by all and never repeated. We have lowered our flags to help us remember. And before we start, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. I also want to recognize the impact this news may have on the mental well-being of residents in our community. As we process this tragic news, support is available for those in need. The Waterloo Wellington here 24/7 addictions, mental health and crisis support phone number is 1-844-437-3247 or www.here247.ca. The Indian Residential School Survivors Society has a 24-hour crisis line at 1-866-925-4419 or www.irSSS.ca. And the Kids Help Phone is 1-800-668-6868 or www.kidshelp.ca. I'll now do a roll call for the benefit of the public watching this meeting. I, Mayor Shantz, am present and chairing this meeting. Councillor Martin.
Present.
Councillor McMillan.
Present.
Councillor Merlihan.
Present.
Councillor Redekop.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Martin, can we get Councillor Martin on the front screen, please? I know I can. You can't do that? Okay. We'll try to keep Councillor Martin in the loop.
We can meet on the front screen.
I don't see you on my screen. You're on the second screen, so I have to scroll to see.
Oh, okay.
But Councillor Martin is also present in the council chambers. We don't all have good internet, so this works for him. So I can see him. Anyway, a motion that the Council of the Township of Woolwich reconvenes in open session, please. Councillor Reddecock, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, there are no items to come forward from closed. There is no planning public and no presentations. So we will move on to delegations. Are we okay with the order of delegations, Council? Yes, Councillor Merlihan.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz. I just would request if we could add or move the Seniors Association up. I suspect it to be a much shorter discussion than the other two items on the agenda.
I see a thumbs up from Councillor McMillan, Councillor Reddecock. Okay, we can do that. We will start then with 7.3. And Councillor McMillan, do you want to introduce this item? Really? Oh, I did it already.
I gotta get a
Absolutely
name
not.
tag.
My apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Council, for making the adjustment to move the seniors up. This June 1st is the first day of Seniors Month. So I thought this might be an appropriate time to acknowledge the work that the Woolwich Seniors Association has done for many years. And this year, you know, they had to do a lot of different work that they weren't anticipating, like much of us are doing right now. With that, it also has put a lot of pressure on their finances. And when they do a little forward looking, they're not going to make it to year end without some assistance. We're going to hear from Nancy Lucier. She's the executive director of the Woolwich Seniors Association. I provided a motion to council before the meeting to have a better understanding of what they're looking for now. This was kind of a motion that would give them more immediate assistance if council rises to the occasion. So some of the things just with the setup is that I'm specifically asking for is it's for COVID-19 relief. All of their revenue went to zero. They typically bring in about $6,000 in their annual membership fees, and the programs that they offer the seniors are all based on fees, user fees. So there, in the past year, before this, it was typically around $24,000. And that would vary from year to year depending on the amount of programming and people involved. So they did receive some grants. Those grants were very specific to what they could use the money for to offer, and it was to go towards online programming, which they were actually quite successful at transitioning to, and it was all free of charge, and it opened them up to probably double the amount of seniors that they would typically see. So my ask in the motion is to through the COVID funding that the township received from the province to reimburse the seniors for $6,000 immediately. Also, in the ask is they pledged $25,000 to the paving of the driveway that goes beside the WMC. It's a project put in almost 5 years ago. They've paid more than 20,000 of it so far, and just asking for forgiveness of the rest of that. They've been that money can be used to go back into their operating. So I'm asking for forgiveness for $5,000. That's a project that is pretty much off our books after it was paid for already. So hoping that council could see that as something that could immediately help them. And they're concerned about what happens when they go back into programming. But I'm going to let Nancy talk to that. I just wanted to address the motion that I had Oh, sorry, there was one last aspect, and it comes when we get back to budget. And when we talk about the senior center, there's a provincial grant that they receive, and it comes through the township, and that has been going on for a number of years. Part of the provisions of that grant from the government is that the township also supply. I'm not sure what the exact amount is. It's usually a 1/4 or something of the amount of the grant, and the township is able to do that as a in lieu. Instead of cash, they can do services and things like that. So that's been the way it's operated since this grant has started. They're actually looking for the cash and then would pay for services in the future. And that is something that they'd be looking at, that we could talk about in the 2022 budget and just retake a look at that. So that would just be asking for direction and we don't have to really talk about that much now, but that could be something that comes up at budget, just how that money is divvied out. But now I'm gonna just let you hear from Nancy Lucier, and I think Stu, the president, is also online, and I'm not sure if the treasurer is there as well. There's just so many people here, I can't see. So thank you, Nancy, for coming. This is Nancy Lucier.
Great. Thank you so much, Pat. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. We actually prepared a short PowerPoint presentation ahead of time so that we could just get started, and then we're available for questions following that. Actually prepared a short PowerPoint presentation ahead of time so that we could just get started, and then we're available for questions following that.
I'm Stuart Weaver, President of the
Prepared
Waterloo
a short
Association.
PowerPoint
Thank you for this
presentation
opportunity
ahead of
to
time so
address
that
the
we could
council
just
on the first
get
day of
started, and
Seniors
then we're
Month.
available for questions
Tonight,
following
I
that.
will be presenting I'm Stuart Weaver, President of the
Prepared
Waterloo
a short
Association.
we might be doing it live.
Hey, we're having some technical difficulties here.
That's okay. You guys direct us, it's fine. Prepared a short we might be doing it live. Oh, I think I'm being
Hey, we're having some technical difficulties.
Will there be any time after for questions though?
Let's okay, why don't we go ahead then?
Can we just go to questions and
Will there be any time after?
Oh, this is really complicated.
okay, let's can we just go to questions and you'll play with it? Okay, well, we're gonna let Jeff play with this for a while, quietly in the corner while we try to go to questions. Councillor McMillan, did you have a question?
No, I was just making light of the fact that it was on a loop saying there was going to be time for questions. So no, it was just
Okay.
a bad joke.
That's okay. Why don't we just go through a quick overview then, Stu? I think that everyone is aware of, I'm just going to see if I can pull up my PowerPoint here. Everyone is aware that we work in the Woolwich Memorial Center, and we operate as a member-based organization in the community, and we provide services, and it's hard for us to separate between what we do pre-COVID and during COVID, but I think many of you are aware of the services that we provide, a variety of social and recreational programs, which would include things like fitness classes, health and wellness workshops, pool, quilting, and dinners and special events. So as soon as the pandemic hit, we're obviously faced with the same dilemmas that everybody else has been faced with. And so we've obviously closed our doors, and we made a quick pivot to online programming. So we started our own Active at Home program. I'm just going to actually pull up my PowerPoint. Oops, it's not going to work for me for some reason. I can actually show it, but this is going to take a second. So we started our own Active at Home program, and we have a core group of programs that we're offering, and it's such as Bone Fit, Great Brain, weekly coffee socials, which have been very popular. We do have a craft and chair yoga. I'm not sure if I mentioned that one already. So,
And Nancy, I think Mayor Shantz is trying to get your attention. Maybe
okay,
there's the video.
sorry, I can't see everybody.
I think Jeff has it worked out. What page of your presentation?
Okay, we can actually probably just skip right to, you want to just skip right to the budget, and then we, because I do want to say, well, we could just head right to that point. That's fine. We've been working really hard. I think you guys might be aware that our outreach into the community. I'll just wrap it up, and then we can just head right to the budget part. But we've been reaching out through phone and virtual programs, and we have actually been able to have the number. We've actually, I just calculated up tonight, we have over 5,000, our participation numbers are over 5,000 since in January to now alone for our virtual programs, which we're really proud of, because it's taken a lot of work to get that connection with people. And one of the main things that we've been able to do is provide training, our one-on-one Zoom, we call it You Can Zoom 2 program. And a lot of training has gone into, or time has gone into helping people learn how to use our Zoom programs. So that's about the sum total. Then we can skip to the operating side, and you won't have to go through that, our video, if we can do that.
That screen, there we go.
That's perfect.
Keep the money towards needed expenses in our operating budget.
That might have
from the Woolwich Seniors Association.
Sorry, I should say we could actually go back to the special.
In partnership with the Township of Woolwich. It provides 50% of the funding. The Township of Woolwich commits to 20% of the operating cost as in-kind contributions. The remaining income, which is normally made up from participation fees, miscellaneous income, and membership fees, has been lost due to the pandemic, with less than 50% of the membership dues received in 2020 and less than 25% received in 2021. We are relying on the SALC grant alone to carry us through with the unpredictability of the months ahead. We are projecting a loss of $15,000 by the end of 2021. This does not include providing programs virtually or in person. We are here to request financial assistance and pandemic relief for the Woolwich Seniors Association. We would like to express support for the motion presented by Councillor Merlehan. Thank you. We are available for questions if anyone has any.
I do want to add a couple things that we did miss there. We wanted to recognize the assistance that we've had from township staff. We've had regular meetings throughout the pandemic. Jen Horndell has been a great support for us, walking us through this whole journey with the pandemic and all the different pandemic solutions that Ann MacArthur's worked on with us, and the municipal or the building staff as well have been amazing, and working on different projects that we've had ongoing. I did miss the slide, and I guess I should have let us play out a little bit earlier for our grant funding that we have had. And Pat, you mentioned this briefly about the different grants that we've had. We had a seniors community grant that paid for all of our virtual programming. So that money has been project specific. We did receive a New Horizons grant, which is going to change it's going to upgrade all of our technology for every point of contact within the Seniors Association. That'll be an ongoing project for the next year. But again, it's project specific, and we can't use it for the needs that we have for our operating budgets at this time. And for Seniors Month, I wanted to thank everyone for having us here tonight. For seniors, we have a great program that we are rolling out for June. I did email it to everybody. So hopefully, because you missed it in this presentation, but hopefully you did receive your emails and you read them. We had already our first presentation today with Dr. Olive Bryant, and it was an excellent program. And we're going to be ending the month off with a great concert with Kevin Coates, and everyone is welcome. We always get a huge turnout for our live Zoom concerts with Kevin. So that's just to give you a little bit of an idea of what we are doing. And we are open for questions.
Thank you, Steve, for your presentation and for your flexibility. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. I think we got the gist of the presentation.
I think you got it. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
So thank you for the work you do with our seniors. Are there questions for Nancy or for Stuart? Murray. Councillor Martin, sorry.
I'll start it off. I'm a senior, and I find it hard to see how COVID-19 has negatively impacted seniors. Number one, they haven't lost any jobs. They haven't been able to go anywhere because there's been stay-at-home orders. Seniors love to go out and dine. There's been no place to go, so they stay at home. So I really can't understand how they've been negatively impacted. One thing I do know that seniors have two things in common. Number one, they never admit they have money. Number two, they don't like to spend any. That is evident by my own mother, who passed on. That's just the way they operate. So those are my first couple comments. I am willing to do something here. I would probably be willing to reimburse them $6,000 from the COVID fund that we got from the government, but I won't support forgiving the $5,000. That is something they've committed to benefit them, and we put it in good faith that they would take care of that.
If I can respond to
There-
that. Thank you.
Sorry. We should just be asking questions. We're not going to get into debate with you, Nancy. And
Okay.
there wasn't a question in there, but appreciate your comments, Councillor Martin. Does anyone have questions for the delegation before we debate the motion? Councillor Merlehan, go ahead.
No questions. I just want to move the motion that I presented, and hopefully I find a seconder.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Redicott, and we'll entertain any discussion, or we can call the question. Or we can split it up. Councillor Martin was suggesting he might support part of it, but not the other part. Do we want to vote in entirety or split it up? Okay, I'll make an executive decision since Councillor Martin suggested splitting it.
Could I have a point of order?
Certainly.
We got a motion on the table and it's been seconded. If it fails, it fails. We can.
Well, or we can. Okay. Yeah. No, we can do it either way. That's fine. We can take the whole motion then. Councillor Johns.
Yeah, I guess my comment would be that I understand where Councillor Martin is coming from, but I don't think in the grand scheme of things, $5,000 is really going to break our bank. And if it's going to help out the seniors, I don't have a problem with the motion the way it stands.
Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions or any other hands up, so I will call the question as it's written, the motion in its entirety then. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy and Stuart, for joining us, and all the best to continue your programming.
Thank you
And
so much.
thank you for counsel.
Appreciate it. Thank you very, very much.
All right, we will go back to the beginning of 7.1 and start with our delegations for Transform Waterloo Region. I'm going to remind all the delegations that we have a number on a couple of issues here, and so if you can, we want to hear what you have to say, but if you can keep it as concise as possible, that is good. First of all, I want to welcome Tova Davidson and Mary Jane Patterson from Climate Action. So go ahead and turn on your cameras and mics, and good to see the two of you again. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can we get the slides up and we'll get started?
Hopefully this will work better than the last one. Jeff has his fingers crossed.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tova Davidson. I'm the Executive Director at Sustainable Waterloo Region, and I'm joined by my partner in crime and cohort in this work, Mary Jane Patterson from Reap Green Solutions. Next slide, please. We are here representing the work of Climate Action Waterloo Region and to present to you the Transform WR program. Can we go to the next slide, please? Climate Action is actually run in partnership between Reap Green Solutions and Sustainable Waterloo Region. And this is a unique model within Canada where the Community Climate Action Plan is led by two not-for-profits in the community, but we do it in partnership with you, with all 8 area municipalities. And the work we've done to create Transform Waterloo Region has brought all 8 municipalities to the table, and it's been an incredible process. We coordinate the activities related to Waterloo Region's community level climate action strategies. We measure and monitor progress. And we've been working on this since 2018, when all 8 area municipalities endorsed the 80% greenhouse gas reduction target to be achieved by 2050. Next slide, please. One of the ways that we did this is to use backcasting, and we were able to secure some funding from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to use this model to create a community climate action strategy and plan. And what backcasting requires is that we determine what our desired future state is as a community, and then we work backwards to where we are today to try to build that. When we went to speak to the community about what that future was, we had all of their input in creating that vision for 2050 in Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. We did go out to the community indeed, and we spoke to over 1,600 people through a variety of methods. There were events that we went to, and they included lots of events in townships. We went to libraries, we had focus groups, lots of in-depth interviews, and lots of survey respondents, online surveys as well as paper surveys. And what we heard was that this community understands that a low carbon future isn't just about the environment. It's about a more equitable, prosperous, resilient, low carbon future for everybody. And so we set out to design a program and a plan to get us there. Over to you, Mary Jane. Next slide.
All right. Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Well, then we consulted on the technical side to ask how can we fulfill that vision of the community that we heard. And these were technical experts locally, nationally, and internationally. Next slide, please. And the slide should, there we go. Just want to make an important note here that all of the work in Transform WR directly fulfills the Sustainable Development Goals, and not even just the ones on climate and environment, but they are also interrelated, that all of them are impacted. Next slide, please. So what we realized is that we're not talking about incremental change anymore. This plan includes transformative change over the next 30 years to transform the ways we move, the ways we build and operate our spaces, the ways we produce, consume, and waste, and the ways we relate to one another. Those are 4 key calls to action. Next slide, please. And I just want to point out especially that line on the lower part of the graph that's going straight down to the right. That is our pathway that gets us to an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050. It accounts for population growth and industry trends, as well as the direct actions we're going to take. And I want to make a note that before the plan was finalized, the final draft went out for public consultation, and that included discussion with agricultural sector, municipal staff, utilities, an equity and sustainability justice review, and widespread public consultation. And you'll see in your appendix how that feedback was integrated back into the plan. Now I'll turn it over to Tova to show how those 4 calls to action turned into 6 transformative changes.
Thanks, Mary Jane. Next slide, please. It should be noted when we start to look at these transformative changes and the calls to action that these are actions that we see being taken across the community, not just by the municipalities, but by the whole community. And when a municipality is seen as and listed as a lead in one of these actions, they're never listed as that lead alone. This is indeed a community plan. And so when a township, for example, is listed as a lead, they are in there with all of their cohorts. So just to set that frame. The first transformative change we're going to talk about is that most trips by 2050 should be used taking active transportation with the support of a robust public transit system. Next slide, please. And how do we do that? How do we encourage active transportation as our primary mode? Well, we redesign, rebuild, and maintain transportation systems that do prioritize active transportation. And as someone who likes to cycle, I know that there's great active transportation networks in Woolwich already. So to prioritize that and to build that up. Next slide, please. We also know that by 2050, we're looking for all remaining personal and commercial vehicles to be zero emission vehicles. Next slide, please. And the way to make that happen is to ensure that we have the infrastructure to be able to charge those stations. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. As well as looking at the fleets of municipalities. How can we transition those fleets as well towards low emission to zero emission vehicles? Next slide, please. The next one we're going to look at is the ways that we transform, build, and operate our spaces. Now, we know that by 2050, businesses and homes can no longer use fossil fuels for space heating and cooling, as well as water heating. Next slide, please. And how can the municipality help get us there? Well, we need to decarbonize the existing buildings that are here and to have incentives and ways to support our buildings to be transformed that way, and that all new buildings should be developed to a zero carbon development standard. Next slide, please. Over to you, Mary Jane.
The next 2 transformative changes are about the way we produce, consume, and waste. By 2050, we need to use less, waste less, and no longer dispose of organic matter in landfills because it emits methane, which is far more damaging than carbon dioxide. So our goal here is to maintain the same level of methane emissions from our landfills that we had in 2010, even though we'll have a higher population. Next slide. And how can our municipalities help us do that? One is through campaigns for a circular economy, for using fewer things, keeping them longer, and repurposing them at the end. Next slide, please. The second one is about having a thriving local food system built on local farming, food production, and processing that feeds our community. Our goal here is to maintain the same level of methane emissions from livestock that we had in 2010 over the next 30 years. We know that the agricultural community is directly impacted by our changing climate and has strong interests in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So it's going to require eating food from close to home, reducing the emissions created by each animal, and consuming fewer animal products per person. Next slide, please. And how can our municipalities help us get there? We can develop robust land use planning protections for prime agricultural land and support leadership in farming communities to plan and lead greenhouse gas reduction efforts. Next slide, please. This final transformative change forms the background for all of our work. We want to reduce emissions in a way that increases equity and prosperity and resilience for all. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build the community we want, and this came through so strongly in our community consultations. Next slide, please. How can municipalities help us get there? A very crucial first step is establishing metrics to measure our progress in creating climate action solutions that increase equity as they reduce emissions. We also want to look for protecting land that can host large-scale renewable energy generation, and our townships are key possibilities for that. And finally, we want to join together in advocacy to the provincial and federal governments for policies and programs that help us accomplish all of this work and transform the systems that they control. Next slide, final slide. We just want to say here a very big thanks to you, Woolwich Township, especially to Ann Roberts, who it has been our pleasure to work with on this project and who has connected us back to you and brought a lot of perspective for us on rural and township concerns. And to David Brenneman, who's been a great connector with, between us and the other townships. We received superb support from volunteers from the community on our sector committees. And in closing, we want to say that this plan is a really inspiring read, what our community envisioned. And we are honored to roll up our sleeves with you and make a more equitable, prosperous, and resilient community together.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, I just want to ask if Ann Roberts wants to add anything. I think I had suggested she could do an introduction, and I read my script and totally missed her. So, Ann, if you're on the Zoom and you have any comments, please do that.
Thanks, Mayor Shantz. I did have some comments on this strategy itself. I don't know if you want those now or if you wish to have those later for discussion after the delegations are finished.
Good question. Well, why don't you do it now, and then we can take questions for you and Tova and Mary Jane. How's that?
Okay, fair enough. I wish to thank Tova and Mary Jane for providing the background to the development of the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. This background material helps us understand how the long-term strategy of an 80% local greenhouse gas emission reduction target was arrived at, as well as the actions our community needs to undertake to reduce our emissions by 30% by the year 2030. Woolwich staff understands the importance and immediacy of climate action and therefore recommends that Council endorse the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. Staff also recognizes that Transform Waterloo Region strategy is very ambitious and aggressive, with 78 actions identified to meet the 2030 target of 30% reduction. The rural townships are identified as the lead for 24 of those actions. To successfully implement the rural actions identified in the strategy will require additional funding and human resources. Additional resources would include funding approved or secured by Woolwich Township or through anticipated financial support from the provincial and federal governments. Staff recommend that all township departments be involved in a climate action interdepartmental committee to develop a plan to implement the rural actions identified in the strategy. To support the committee, additional human resources and expertise would be required. Woolwich staff fully understand the importance of Transform Waterloo strategy and the importance of working together as a community. Staff is prepared to collaborate with higher levels of government, the business community, residents, other municipalities, and organizations to undertake actions to reach the necessary targets identified in the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Council, are there any questions for Tova, Ann, or Mary Jane before we move on to the other delegations? Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you, I'm just wondering, I heard in Ms. Roberts' comments there, some additional resources being necessary. Has any planning gone into what that resourcing level is going to be? And I wonder what the plan is to to make that happen, it's great to make a commitment, but if we know that there's additional resources that are required, I would prefer to get that connected to the original motion rather than trying to attach it later, and hopefully we can make that work. So I was wondering if we have any numbers on what that resourcing was, and it's okay if you don't, but I was just wondering if that had been put together.
Ms. Roberts?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor McMillan. At this point, we do not, is the simple answer. Until we have an implementation plan in place, we will not have numbers, as you've asked. At this point, the strategy identifies the what, the implementation will identify how we get there. So we don't at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I apologize for putting you on the spot.
Okay, are there other questions? Councillor McMurray, Councillor Martin, I think you had your hand up before. I sort of saw you in the corner of my eye.
Okay.
Go ahead. And then Councillor Merlihan.
A very ambitious document, no doubt about it. But I would also say that you have to be realistic. Under your 17 goals to transform our world, you have down number 1, no poverty. Number 2, 0 hunger. You all know that's never going to happen in my lifetime or the next generation. It's only going to get worse, regardless of what we do. I go a few pages and you write down reduction in fuel oil and propane use for home heating. What do you expect they're going to use? Are we going back to coal or wood? And then you also spoke about maintain the same level of methane emissions from livestock as we had in 2010. That's not going to happen because we already have a lot more cattle in our fields and our barns than what we had in 2010.
I didn't hear a question in there.
Well, just my comment, if anybody would like to address them, that's fine. I just wanted to point out that, let's be realistic. Some things don't make sense.
Ms. Davidson-Tobel, would you like to speak to some of those comments?
Can take us started. I know Mary Jane certainly has things to add as well. Thank you for that question. And I think it's an important thing that, yes, we do need to be realistic. And that is one of the things we really strove to do. So just as an example, not one that came up in your comments to start with, when we think about the carbon footprint of Waterloo Region, 49% of that comes from transportation. The trajectory for electric vehicle uptake, for example, is showing that, and the manufacturers, the industry is changing so that electric vehicles are trending to become the norm, mitigating a lot of what it is that we're talking about here in that one large piece. When it comes to some of the specific examples you've used, things like home heating, I know Mary Jane can talk about, but even in the business sector where my work rests, there are heating options that are electrified. And we know that electricity that comes from, or energy, sorry, from electricity has a 1/10 of the greenhouse gas impact of energy from fossil fuels. And so this isn't saying we have to go back. It's saying we need to adopt the new and we need to innovate, and in a way that we can have resiliency and prosperity locally. And so we have been mapping towards a lot of that. And Mary Jane, I know you have things in the home heating you wanted to add as well.
Yes, that is the direction that we are moving with heating homes. And homes that currently heat with propane or fuel oil are really strong candidates to move to electric heating because it will cost them less. And that gets them right off of fossil fuels and onto electricity, which has, as Tova said, very little fossil fuel content, so very low carbon content. And you mentioned a really good point about the methane from animals. And I think we're really interested in researching and working with the agricultural community. It seems to me to be an area where there's a lot of really neat research happening. And one of the points was reducing the emissions created by each animal. So there may be different ways of achieving that target that we have.
Thank you. Councillor Marlhan, I think was next, and then Councillor Shantz.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Shantz. I have kind of several questions here, so if that's okay to let me have a few comments here. Thanks for coming and presenting the very large plan. I downloaded the full version instead of just what was on the agenda here, because I was at first kind of confused by quite a bit of it, actually, the initial report, and then the other one kind of fleshed it out a little bit more. I guess my first question, after reading, every word of it, and this was a report that was done by committee and collaboration, which most of the time is a great thing. Lots of local governments go, hey, that's great if we can have all these different levels of government working together. For me, a climate plan is more science-based, and that's the kind of things that compel me to make me want to be able to do more and be able to justify what scientists are saying we need to do as Waterloo Region, as a province, as a country, as a global community. Those are the things that drive us. So this report that you're presenting to us and the rest of Council's region, the collaboration that you went to, I mean, it was 2 years worth of collaborating with the public, but all sorts of advocacy groups, and even the region itself and the municipalities that all put their stamp on this report. Now, if it was just Sustainable Waterloo and it was just REAP that you were tasked to come up with a climate plan and an action plan, would the report that's in front of us tonight, is this what we would receive, like 100% backed as by science based in your professional opinion? I guess that's my first question.
Okay, shall I take a crack? Sorry, Mayor Shantz.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's a very big question. I want to say that this is really deeply rooted in technical science and the technical consultation that we did. And that was with municipalities and local experts. It was also with national and international experts. And something that I think is really extraordinary that's happening is that municipalities all across Canada are going through this right now. And we are in touch with each other, comparing notes, sharing information. I find it a really powerful and supportive process. Right now, the municipalities are the real movers on climate action, and it's inspiring to see. So without a doubt, REAP would bring you this report if we had the resources and the capacity to do the kind of consultation that went into it. I think it is very high caliber. I'm going to see if Tova wants to add anything to that.
I would love to. Thanks, Mary Jane. I will second that I think it's the report we would bring as well, representing the business community and the transformations in the business community. And it is an ambitious report. And I think it's important you said science-based, and that twigged something in my mind to note that this report really is an action plan for local action for what can we do locally, especially when you look at the 10-year time frame. That doesn't mean that if provincial and federal governments step up and some of the advocacy work that Anne spoke about, if there are changes provincially and federally, we know we can go further. But this is the action plan for our local action. What can we do here in Waterloo Region? And so I wondered if you were getting at part of that question as well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you are 100% stand behind the report, and that this hasn't been watered down in any way due to any kind of political involvement. And I asked that just because, I read the entire report. Some things, some red flags went up for me while I was doing this that didn't seem to make sense to me. And I'm going to just give you a couple of examples. You collaborated with some cycling groups, and cycling is great. I cycle all the time. I do it recreationally, as most people do. Most people, there's a very small percentage of cyclists that cycle for their work. And to replace there's just a statement. Most people will use active transportation and trails and all this kind of stuff. That's recreation. And I'm not seeing the connection when we have, we're heading towards zero emission vehicles. So if they're not emitting any carbon, then, the cycle plan, how does that play into the percentages that we want to lose? Or is this part of that advocacy going on where cycle groups have entrenched themselves in this process? And I'm asking because one of the action plans is to keep cycle lanes clear of snow all through the winter season, and that is something directly that has been advocated at the region, and they've done pilot projects, and it's very expensive, and very few people use those cycle lanes. So I'm wondering how that got into the process. How does that play into this plan that is science-based?
Can I give it a start? A couple of things to consider when it comes to cycling and active transportation year-round, et cetera. One thing is to remember that in Ontario currently, an electric vehicle is not a zero emission vehicle because our electricity grid is not a zero carbon electricity grid. So when you go to active transportation, it's much lower than an electric vehicle. If we were to completely decarbonize electricity in Ontario, which we hope is where we're going, then it would be. The other piece to consider is that in that vehicle, there is what's called embodied carbon. So they've used fossil fuels, or they've used electricity from other jurisdictions that may not be as low carbon as ours. And so there is carbon that was used to produce that car or to get that car to us. And so in the transition towards a low carbon future, there is still carbon in the creation of those materials. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's a good explanation. It's just that by the region's own numbers of cyclists, it's been less than a 1% for over 20 years. It hasn't grown. And, I'm curious how much it's going to have to grow to be actually a significant impact on this plan. I want to give you another example, though, that jumped out at me. Like if we just look at transit alone, that is probably the category that, we're sending up the red flags all over the place. Here in Waterloo Region, we have an airport. There's no mention of the airport in this report. And we have a regional council that just committed $50 million to expanding an airport, that there isn't any justification for that expansion based on their very low use, something like 80,000 flights, and the next expansion, they need 500,000 or passengers or boardings or whatever. And they're nowhere close to that. And air traffic, until there's, new fuels that don't use carbon for airplanes. I'm wondering why this wasn't even looked at. This is a municipally owned airport, and why there was no mention of maybe advocating the region to change their mind and not do the expansion.
I'll take a crack at that one. Well, airports fall outside our jurisdiction as a municipality. That is how emissions are divided between levels of government. And it seems to me a really great example of something that we could advocate other levels of government about. It would be pretty cool if our airport was an example of electric aviation. And I guess I'd say keep in mind that this is a 30-year strategy. So we may not be able to do everything in this next year, but these are goals that we can strive towards and keep in our sights and have our clean tech and renewable energy, all of our kind of prosperous community goals driving towards.
If I can just take a quick crack at the airport piece. First of all, the expansion is based on increased flights that are projected to be coming in the next year. And I do know that Flair, who is starting to operate from our airport, uses newer planes that are lower emission. That said, I realize too that it still is a high carbon way of getting around. But until people stop wanting to fly, there are going to be planes in the air. Tola.
The other thing is that the technology in air travel and in any high volume, high weight, long haul transportation is hydrogen. That's where the Canadian hydrogen strategy goes, and that's where the technology is going. And that's another, when we say zero emission, it doesn't just mean electrification. Zero emission vehicles can include hydrogen, and that there is a full strategy for implementation of that. And there is work being done right now on hydrogen planes because batteries on planes are pretty big.
Okay, and
then I'm going to move on to someone else and we'll come back to you.
Okay. Look, I'm going to support this plan. This is the only plan that we have in 2018. I certainly was one of the ones saying, sounding the alarm bell that we need to actually do something here. My idea of an emergency and 2 years later is a little longer than what I expected. In that time, Woolwich Township, we put a fossil fuel gasoline cogen plant beside our WMC that we're paying for the next 20 years. So that doesn't help reduce carbon. But can you just give us one actionable item from this report that Woolwich could implement before the year end? One thing that would make an impact.
I have an idea. I think a bylaw could be passed that said that no new parking space in all of Woolwich Township can be developed from this point forward without the infrastructure to put in electric vehicle charging. It's just conduit. It's not expensive. You put it in when the parking spots are being put in place, and you're enabling everyone to move to zero emissions. Could have a big impact.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz, you're next.
Thank you, and mine's a little more grounded than what Councillor Merlehan's is. I am going to talk about the transit system and how do you measure the carbon footprint on the transit buses, because the problem I see is when you're in a vehicle, I realize it might be a single person or it might be two people in a vehicle, but they go from point A to point B directly, the closest route. But when you're in a transit bus, you have a fixed route, and you could be putting miles and miles and miles on that are unnecessary for that passenger or those passengers. And then the second part of that is a number of these vehicles are running around with not a lot of passengers on, but yet they continue to loop the routes. And how can that be carbon efficient?
Who'd like to tackle that one?
I'll take a first crack. Well, I think what you're pointing out is transportation demand management is the language that I've heard, but it's really about planning and fine-tuning that system, studying the ridership and the routes that people take and getting better and better every year. That's how I think of it, and a kind of future that we need to work towards to fine-tune that system.
Yeah, the other thing to note is that in transit at Grand River Transit, They're working hard at implementation of electrified buses and are building that big center to be able to maintain and charge those buses. So that makes a huge difference too. Those are, when we talk about fossil or zero emission vehicles or low emission vehicles, that's a perfect one. And the LRT, as my son likes to say, is the coolest, biggest carpooling EV ever.
We just
Yeah,
don't want to started on the new facility. Go ahead. Larry.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go there. And the second question I have for this, maybe it's more of a comment, and I guess it is a question as well. I'm from the vintage that back in the day, hydro for heating was the way to go because it was cheap. And then all of a sudden natural gas came along, or I should say fuel oil was prior to that, and then electric took over because it was cheaper. Then natural gas came along and now it was supposed to be cheaper. And now you're telling me we're going back to electric heating and it's going to be cheaper. But the problem is, the way I see it is the ones that the houses that use fuel oil are typically the rural houses that do not even have natural gas. And they're the ones that pay the premium for hydro and electricity. So how do you see that working for that group or those individuals?
Go ahead, Toma.
I'll take that one.
MJ's the expert on this one.
Okay.
Houses that heat with fuel oil and propane are now paying high enough costs that switching to electricity could be cost neutral for them. And there are more efficient forms of electric heat than we saw in those earlier versions. So it's no longer electric resistance heating like electric baseboards. It's air source heat pumps or ground source heat pumps. And those really move heat rather than creating heat. And so they're a much more efficient form of electricity, and it won't cost as much as it would if you had resistance heating in the house.
I would add too that a number of the farms at least have bio and plants, little mini bio and plants on their property, and so that would be another way for the on-farm use of their waste to create electricity. Councillor McMillan.
Just because I don't know if I'm going to get another shot, I just wanted to thank the presenters for putting this together. It's thorough, it's comprehensive, there's action plans, it's specific. I think that this is a much needed thing for our community, for our townships, for our cities and our region. And I think you did a fantastic job with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else before we move to the other delegations, and we'll get a chance to discuss again when we debate the motion? No? Okay, thank you very much, Tova Davidson and Mary Jane Patterson for your presentation and your work. Our next delegation is Sandra Bray for Assuring Protection for Tomorrow's Environment. Welcome, Sandra.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Shantz and councillors, and thank you for staff for hearing from me this evening. Apt Environment, as you probably recall, was formed, I guess, over 30 years ago now, when the community first became about chemical contamination in our local air and water. So we've been around for a long time. I would like to support the Woolwich endorsement of this Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy, and to offer continued support to Woolwich as it steps up efforts to pretty much electrify everything, it looks like to me. And Councillor Martin, I have a little story I want to tell you eventually here, but this will just take me a minute first. Sure. I think the advantage of this climate action strategy is that Woolwich doesn't have to go it alone. Joining Sustainable Waterloo Region was a really wise decision of this council. The benefits of reducing our substantial emissions are becoming clear to most, and Woolwich residents will benefit by council and staff tweaking the expertise and the guidance of this document to suit our particular needs. In geography, Woolwich folks are privileged compared to most people in the rest of the world. We live large. We're in the mid-latitudes. That makes a big difference. We have high water table. That makes a big difference. We're surrounded right now by extreme drought if you look at the global drought monitor. So we have a lot going for us, a history of agricultural prowess. And I think it seems only sensible to protect the gains that our parents have made for us to get us to this point and move forward with integrity by growing a greener and a more equitable future, as this document recommends. To address just specifically Councillor Martin, guess what? I thought I was going to get an air source heat pump and use my, my natural gas as backup. My natural gas furnace just punked out. So here I am, I've got a choice. So I'm looking at an air source heat pump. It will give me air conditioning. It'll give me dehumidification as well as humidification. And what it's 300% efficient. For every watt of electricity that goes into it, I get 3 watts of heat. So this is a whole new technology. And the narrative around electric heat is still captured by past experience, not by what's currently available. And now with the $5,000 grant, I guess it is, that's being offered by the federal government for reducing emissions in households, it'll probably work out the same for me or a little bit less expensive than if I got a new furnace with air conditioning. Now, I know that not everybody's going to be in this position right now, but over the next 30 years, everybody is going to be in this position. So eventually, all these old furnaces will be able to be changed. It doesn't have to be done tomorrow. Mine has to be done tomorrow because winter is coming. But they all don't have to be done at once. Everything that breaks down, I think our choice now is to get something that's electric instead and stop burning. That's our big deal, is to stop burning. But my final comment is, COVID has shown us that Woolwich residents, I think, are very honorable people, willing to make changes to protect our businesses and our individuals who need support, and trying to do our global citizenship, fulfill our global citizenship responsibility. At the same time, during COVID, we seemed to efficiently manage the unexpected bumps that came our way. And I thought you offered phenomenal leadership. The calls for people to wear masks, to be kind to each other. I know Councillor Shantz and Mayor Shantz, you were both very active in that, and probably the rest of you were in your own ways as well. And people really stepped up and appreciated that. As climate extremes in our area increase, our integrity is going to be tested. And I hope that we can exercise the strength and generosity that we have just recently practiced in the future. And when there's lots to be done, you know, Apt Environment is there. You've got lots of ambitious and knowledgeable people in the community who are willing to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bray, and thank you to Apt for all your work over the years and the work I know you're going to continue to do. So thank you. Are there questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay if you'd like.
Thanks.
Our next delegation is Bruce Taylor for Enviro Stewards. And I'm always excited to hear the new projects that Enviro Stewards are doing. They're a great organization with very interesting stories to tell. So welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Are you able to call up a presentation? Oh, perfect. Thank you. And what I'll do is I'll move through it fairly quickly to leave room for, you know, there's a lot of important things on your agenda tonight, including this one and, you know, care for the disadvantaged. So if we could go to the next slide. So what I hope to present is just, you know, you've heard a lot about kind of the overall, you know, where we want to get to. But what I want to do is kind of lay out how some of these things can be practical and affordable, just from our experience with our work. But also I want to outline several pitfalls that can actually derail the process. And so I'll address those on the way by also. If you could just go to the next slide. So Enviro Stewards is, we're a 20-year-old company. We're just on 1 Union Street in the old Roxton Furniture Building. We're the only Canadian company to get a global SDG award. We're received the top awards in the B Corporation movement for environment governance and that kind of thing. And so we've chosen to locate our work here. Next slide. And so you may have seen in the Observer a couple of weeks ago that we were able to launch a new safe water project in East Africa, even during COVID. And it doesn't use a relief-based model, it uses a local development model where the local people buy them themselves. And we teach them how to do it, equip the whole thing. If you're ever interested in it, we have a TED Talk, just go to YouTube, put it in Better Than Charity, you'd get to it. But we're building those things in the middle there. And what they do though, is they also avoid carbon emissions over there. So it's one way to address carbon is actually with carbon offsets. So basically, if you give somebody safe water, then they don't have to cut down the trees to boil the water to make it safe to drink, right? And so just stick that in the back of your mind for a minute. Next slide. But our paying works in North America. So here, for example, is Maple Leaf Foods. So they're the first large food company in the world to be carbon neutral. So you hear, 2030, 2050, 2040. They're carbon neutral in 2019, and they're saving millions of dollars. And this depends on the path you take to get there. So the way that we worked with them was we actually went to 35 factories for them across Canada, every factory they own. And we found ways to reduce the amount of water, energy, product loss in the first place, so that that saved more than enough money to actually pay for any remaining offsets. Plus, you protect every job at those factories by making it more efficient, more competitive. So next slide, that's our paying work, and that's contributes to that one goal in the transform. Okay, next slide. You could just move on if you like. Yeah. So this comes down to the path, right? So if you ever want, we have a blog on our site about it. But basically, everybody's talking about how to get there, but you want to find a path that's actually affordable and practical. And so our approach is, if you go to a mall, where are you now, right? That's what you want to know. So basically, figure out where you are now with anything in Woolwich County. And then what can you do about it? So that's the detailed assessment. And you need to dive deeper than a normal assessment if you want to find these practical savings. If you dive shallow, you're going to get what you've always got. If you dive deeper, you're going to get something even more economical. And this is an important thing I'll come back to. Then you want to implement it, verify it, and then you're going to have to offset the last mile, which is either renewables or offsets. Personally, we advocate for ones such as those over in East Africa, where in addition to the carbon, you're also got employment, empowerment. Literally, people are not dying, right, because they're getting safe water. And so we want to advocate for that type of thing when you get to that last mile of how you address the remaining emissions. Next slide. So you heard about the methane coming from the landfill, and basically one of the goals is to avoid putting food waste in the landfill because it's going to turn into methane, which is even worse than carbon dioxide. But I want to take a step back because 1/3 of all the food on the planet is wasted right now. And if it was a country, it would be the third largest after China and USA is food loss. Now think about how hard it is to reduce the greenhouse gas of China or USA. How about wasting less food? Seems a bit easier to me. And in Canada, it's $49 billion of lost value. So if you just click a little bit more on the slide, you'll get the stuff on the bottom there also. So basically, if you divert 100% from landfill, you still waste 1/3 of all the food on the planet. You still, the third largest greenhouse gas emitter, still lose almost all that 49 billion. The only way to not do that is through source reduction. So we did 50 factories across Canada, including a couple in Woolwich. And we found an average of $230,000 per factory per year that didn't have to be wasted in the first place. If you add $230,000 to the bottom line of a company, you just protected every job in that factory and you provide the extra food. The amount of food from these 50 factories, if you put a grocery bag beside the CN Tower, you get to London, Ontario before you ran out of grocery bags every year. Or one homeless person for every, one meal for every homeless person in Canada for a year, every year. And so we want to advocate this prevention. Prevention is better than a cure. And this is the way to, whatever it is, whether it's water, energy, whatever, food, prevention is the first cornerstone. That's going to drive the rest. That's the engine. Next slide. Here, for example, is Campbell Soup in Toronto. So we'd found them 1.6 million a year of water and energy savings. Then we found them 700,000 of food savings. But interestingly, that food was going to waste energy already. It was already diverted, and they're making energy out of it. But by not wasting it, we saved 4,000 tons of greenhouse gas because of what it took at the agricultural step before it even got to Campbell's. And you can't get that back unless you prevent the loss. And so that's why we advocate this loss reduction in the first place. So next slide. So because of climate change, we're getting bigger storms more often. So 100-year storms are coming more often, so they're not 100-year storms anymore. And insurance, the leading insurance claim in Canada is flooding now, and it's doubled in the last decade. And so what happens is the normal approach to that is to dig up all the pipes, like they're doing right outside my office right now. They're digging up the pipes right now to put in new pipes. And so you put in larger pipes to take this away, and you might need more ponds and all that kind of stuff. But what we're trying to do is build something on our own office that's going to be commissioned on June 24th. Next slide. That's our office in Elmira. So we're a tenant, right? So you say, what can you do? We're in a 100-year-old building. We've cut our energy 78% per employee already as of 2018. We've cut the amount of air that we take from outside by 97% by sucking all of our air through that plant wall. That takes out the CO2, changes to oxygen. Hey, our air is actually better quality than international teams below us because they have similar rooftop units, but they don't have this. So it's better than the conventional system. And then, so next slide. So what we're building right now is that's our roof. So this week, actually, today, they just finished our roof. Replaced it with the one on the right there from the one on the left. So on May 21st, I went on the roof, I put a thermometer on that black tar. It was 60 Celsius. The indoor air is 25 Celsius, so you can imagine how much heat's going through our roof and then taken out by air conditioner. I put it on the white part, 40 Celsius. That's half as much heat getting into our building, right? Plus, when we replace that old insulation with the new one, it's twice the R value in the same thickness. So again, cut it in half. So we can get 3/4 reduction just by replacing the roof. Then we put there was a bucket of water on the roof. I put a temperature probe in that. It was only 20 Celsius. So if you could click a couple more times, you get the rest of the stuff on that slide. Keep going. Yeah. And so what happens is, if it's 20 Celsius on your roof, it's actually cooler than inside. So actually, it's a free air conditioner for us. So we're putting loggers on our air conditioner, see if it even comes on anymore. So what we're going to do is we're literally going to store the first 2 inches of every rainfall on our roof. It's going to evaporate off there, and we're going to use it to flush our toilets and that kind of thing. And so we get multiple wins. And so this is kind of the different type of thinking you need if you want to get to these endpoints you're thinking of. And that just brings me to my last slide there. So this is the final pitfall I want you, this is the normal tendering process. So we ran the water conservation program for Toronto for 6 years, and we saved an average of 1/3 of the water per factory that we work with for the city of Toronto. They went out to tender again. They said, no, we're not going to tender that one anymore. 100% low bid. No experience, no reference, no approach, no nothing. So again, no results. Because the easiest way to get a low bid is to not give any results. And so this is the problem with the normal procurement process is you get what you've always got because that's the cheapest thing to give you. You can't design anything new. You have to design what you've always done. Otherwise, if you try anything new, you're more expensive than anybody else. But the cost is actually on the operating, not on the initial assessment, right? You got to run this thing for 20 years. So for example, London also declared a climate emergency. And so, but they spent a little bit extra and said, hey, can you do a second opinion on this Kinsman Arena for us? So we looked at it and we said, okay, well, the Kinsman Arena, they're planning to put in these heat pumps, just like you've been hearing tonight, which are a good technology to move the heat from London inside this arena so you don't have to burn gas, right? Which would be a great idea, except you're already running a heat pump to take the heat from the ice pad, and then you're paying to get rid of that heat outside. If we use that heat instead, it's more than enough to heat the entire arena in January without buying another heat pump, without running another heat pump. But this level is missing, right? Okay, we've always made these ice pads this way for 50 years, and we're going to keep making them for 50 years unless we take a step back and look at it objectively. And so that's my last thing is to just, if you want to get a different outcome, you have to spend the money to figure it out, right? Because otherwise, there's inertia. You're just going to get what you've always got. And so anyway, I'm open to any questions anybody might have. And thank you very much for considering this question. We're in favor of adopting these bold objectives because this kind of innovation comes out of bold goals.
Thank you, Bruce, for your presentation. I see at least one question. Councillor Shantz, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you to the delegate. It's a little intriguing, the food loss at the factories. So can you just give an example how you did that?
Sure. Yeah. So say in that slide you saw of the Campbell's factory, it was an optical sorter. So you grow the carrot, you wash it, you dice it, and it goes through a sorter. If it sees a bad one, it spits it out, and it went straight down the drain, got taken out of screen, went to waste energy. And they said, well, what is this? So I slid a bin under there. It just filled right up. You can't touch that. That's bad products that are being spit out. I put my hand in there. 3/4 is actually good carrots. What's going on? Well, they were pushing the machine at 110%. Every time they knocked out a bad one, they're knocking out 3 good ones. If we slow it down to 100%, we actually get more through the machine. So we retuned that machine and the potato one, and between them was $250,000 of savings. Similarly, at the end of the year, there was 13 tons of meat being left on the belts, from filling the cans. When they ran out of broth, they stopped, right? They thought, well, to send it to the waste energy is $100 a ton. That's only $1,300. Why are you wasting our time? Well, yeah, but it costs you $10,000 a ton to buy the meat, plus $100 to destroy the meat. That's $131,000. Now, for $130,000, can we put this sensor in so we know when we're going to run out of broth and we stop the meat at that point? So it's always changing a system. So it's always an intended outcome or an unintended outcome of the system. And if you want something different, you have to change the system. So it's different recommendations every time. And we did bakeries, protein, seafood, growers, breweries, wineries. So it's different things we recommend all the time, but you're always finding out where you're losing it, why are you losing it, how do we redesign the system in the first place? Well, in your region, Conestoga Meat Packers we did, and it actually won an award with Sustainable Waterloo Region. And one of the things we found was, hey, we went in the sanitation shift, there's 50 pork tenderloins stuck in the chilling machine. At that point, he's taking them out and he's putting them to the renderer, which is the right thing to do at that point in time. But why do we have 50 pork tenderloins stuck in this machine? So we redesigned the machine so it doesn't get stuck and it goes through and you're getting, $15 a kilogram instead of 5 cents a kilogram as a renderer. So it's kind of the system changes that we're looking for so you can lock in the changes. And then you get back the social, the economic, and the environmental.
Thank you.
So it's thinking a little bit differently and looking past, I guess as one of your slides said, looking past what we see to, Councilor Burlehan, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, thanks for your engaging presentation there. I was quite intrigued. I think I could probably listen to you for like an hour. I'll have to look you up on TED Talk. But I wish, where were you when we were building the Woolwich Memorial Center? Boy, we could have used that kind of perspective. I guess I don't want to prolong this just because we have a whole lot of things, but maybe offline I might get in touch with you about road work. Like if you look at the road in front of you, Union Street is getting reconstructed right now. We build roads like that all throughout. Are there better methods of what we could build into that infrastructure while it's being reconstructed? But I don't, unless you got an answer in 10 words, maybe we should move on.
Sure. Yeah. My only under 10 is just imagine if you stored water on that whole Roxton building roof, then you don't need a larger storm drain. You don't even have to dig up the road in the first place. We're digging up the roads because the pipes are too small because the storms are bigger, right? And it's because we have all this impermeable surface. So if we just capture the first 2 inches of every rainfall, that's most rainfalls right there. It doesn't even need to use the storm drain. So you look at kind of why you're digging them up, but yeah, definitely, just we're all about root cause prevention, right? How do we prevent it, kind of thing? Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. Yep. Look it up. Yep.
Councilor McMillan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So, Mr. Taylor, how does a municipality begin to work with you? Is there like an original consultation process? Do you have a standard procedure that you go through? Or does the municipality have to have, like Councilor Merlehan just did there, a specific idea that you come in for? Like, how does the engagement begin?
Sure. Well, we used to provide a service where the Region of Waterloo hired us a couple of times for what they called a holistic review. So basically they had their conventional engineers designing even that bus terminal you mentioned. And we did a holistic review. Well, what else could be done? So we just met with the conventional engineers and everybody else on the team. And we just said, well, you know what, if you do this instead of this, you'd actually get lead gold instead of lead silver for the same price. And they literally said to me, no, actually the spec says we only have to be lead silver. That's the inertia you're dealing with, right? And so it's kind of this added layer is very helpful to, I'm happy we're doing a distribution center in Indiana right now. I haven't even been there. We're just doing it during COVID with, send me what you're going to do. Hey, actually, those are very durable, efficient lights. Just go for it. But do you need that many? What's the light level? Do we need to, right? So to do this value add kind of thing, but it's an additional cost. So what happens though is you see a pie, right? So that's your life cycle of your project. This is the capital and this is the engineering. And people want to save on the engineering and then on the capital, but they want to pay for it for the next 30 years. So even that distribution center, we cut the air conditioning by 30% just by, hey, that Lennox unit you're gonna buy, that's fine. If you do this Lennox unit instead, it's actually 30% less refrigeration energy, right? If we put carbon dioxide controls on it, then it's even less. So you want to put it at the front end. You want to do the right thing in the first place. Even Trimec is in Elmira, or down the road. They had us review their blueprints. They're literally pouring the floor. They said, can you look at our blueprints? We cut the gas in half from what they were going to spend. They're doing a lot of welding. They had this big monster ventilation system. We said, okay, let's put an amp logger on your welder. Anytime you're welding, it ramps up the ventilation. But then after 10 minutes, it slows down again. Just doing that saved almost all of it. But it's this rethinking, right? But it takes this, if you're just on inertia, the cheapest thing is just, hey, we've always done this, let's do it again, right? So you need to take a step back if you want to meet any of these goals of what should we do? And so basically we were just hired on engagements. If you were to describe something, we say, well, throw $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever for, to do a review of that. Or our normal thing is to go in and we literally measure minute by minute, where's all the water go with clamp on water meters, where's all the electricity go, where's all the gas used. These are your big hitters. What job is the energy doing for us? Can we solve that same job differently? That's the level we go back to, right? Then we vet that with the facility staff to make sure they agree. What do you think if we did this? Yeah, right? Then we do the business case for that. Our average business case is actually 1 year payback. If you add up everything we've ever done, it's 1 year payback, 100% return on their money, right?
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm with Councillor Merlehan. I could listen to you for hours. We do have a number of other delegations.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, well, thank you.
So thank you very much for coming in and telling us about your projects. Very
And I'm open, email or whatever if you just have a question or something. And, we're going to live stream that event on the 24th if anybody wants to see it. Mayor Shantz is doing the welcoming address.
Thank you. Very short little piece. All right. Thank you. Our next delegation is Kai Reimer-Watts and Stephanie Gertz from the 50 by 30 campaign.
Hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Is Stephanie here with me?
Yep.
There she
I'll
is.
let you start us off.
Okay, I don't see your presentation up yet.
Oh, yeah, there should be a presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, through you, Mayor Shantz. I'm Stephanie Gertz, and this is Kai Reimer-Watts, and we're here to present 50 by 30 Waterloo Region, a group of organizers operating on the principle that climate action is urgent and speed is justice. In 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its 1.5 report, outlining the actions countries would need to take in order to keep global temps under 1.5 of climate warming. The overarching goal of these solutions, halving emissions by 50% by 2030. Committing to that goal of 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is aligned with Waterloo Region's obligations, both locally and globally. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so I'm not going to read all of these points out, but they're just an illustration of what we've been doing to help galvanize local communities into action as part of our role in supporting bold climate action region-wide. Of course, we've had to pivot strategies during the pandemic, but regardless, we've organized dozens of diverse community events. And we've seen the encouragement and spirit of thousands of residents behind us, as you can see in this image from the climate strike several years ago. As of today, over 6,000 emails have been sent to local councillors across the region in support of both 50 by 30 and the Transform strategy, which is a remarkable, remarkable show of support. Next slide. We also recognize the vital work that Climate Action WR has accomplished, and that's gone into informing the Transform WR report. And that's, of course, a critical part of catalyzing local solutions. So we endorse this strategy to approve today to get us moving immediately, while also respectfully insisting we need to aspire to more than 30% to meet our present global moment. We must act with the utmost urgency based in science. And as we just heard from Bruce and delegates before, that's how we will create a more resilient, prosperous community. Like Bruce said, to quote there, we need to plan at the front end. And that includes right now aspiring to what the science is requiring. With the recognition that we can get help from higher levels of government along with our community. Next slide. So prevention is the best medicine, and that has been driven home in a very real way during the COVID pandemic we've all been living through. And similarly, with the climate crisis, we can't ignore the science, we need to act on it. Based on what we know to reduce future harms as much as possible. Next slide.
So we need to commit to a bold action, which can move us swiftly right now into the possibilities of a better world. This is the world that dozens of 50 by 30 supporters and local citizens in our region have been envisioning. It's also the vision illustrated in our 50 by 30 poster, centering racial and economic justice alongside environmental sustainability. There's no shortage of positive visions of a more just, sustainable future here in our region. It's the will for bold action committed to the common good that will move us out of this crisis into making things better futures of reality. Next slide, please. How the climate has changed and will keep changing. You've seen this graph before. They're in all the talking points for how urgent climate action is, and the warnings aren't new, just growing more urgent. Global CO2 levels are currently at 415 parts per million in atmospheric concentrations worldwide, far above the recommended threshold of 350 parts per million to secure a safe and stable climate. We are at approximately 1.3 degrees of climate change right now. If we continue on this trajectory, we'll see 4 degrees. Children in Waterloo Region will live to see this temperature change, a completely new geological age in their lifetime. Climate change isn't a future problem, it's a crisis that will play out over the course of children's lives or our children's lives. Our community will not be exempt from climate impacts. Next slide, please.
So the positives, change is happening. The US just recently set a goal for a 50% reduction by 2030, net zero by 2050. That will accelerate the growth of the global clean economy. And we've just heard how much we can benefit from being on the leading edge of this change. Shell was recently ordered through courts in the Netherlands to reduce emissions 45% by 2030. Of course, that's one of the world's major fossil polluters. Producers as well. The University of Waterloo Board of Directors just voted to pass their climate investment strategy. That's today. That includes a commitment to 50% by 2030 and significant decarbonization of UW's portfolio, including its pension and endowment. So we know we can decarbonize at a dramatic rate. And we have every reason as an innovation and tech leader to be leading that push and benefiting from this growing economy.
Yeah, cities are stepping into major climate leadership roles, like Kai mentioned. There's a C40 cities, which are a coalition of communities across the world that are tackling climate change at the municipal level. For example, another example is Vancouver City Council is committed to a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030, and Halifax is committed to a 75% reduction in only the same 10 years. As in just yesterday, Waterloo Council, which we delegated to, unanimously passed the motion put forward by Councillor Henry, supporting a 50% reduction by 2030, recognizing the need for additional advocacy to higher levels of government to support these significant reductions. Next slide. Okay, the future isn't just coming, it's speeding up. We must meet the climate crisis in a profoundly changing world at a speed the crisis demands, because, to quote Alex Steffen, a climate futurist, speed is justice. Every amount of carbon released matters. Every little bit of warming avoided reduces the risks of irreversible climate impacts. Lessens devastation to vulnerable communities, reduces harm to the natural world, and means a more intact, safer planet that we can pass on to our children. Transform Waterloo Region reports eloquently states that we are interdependent, that the people of Waterloo Region need to work together for our collective well-being here and abroad. The carbon we release in Waterloo Region does matter. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so this is our last slide to close out our presentation, and we thought it's very important, given the context of tonight's event, to also recognize the emphasis that 50 by 30 places on social justice as a cornerstone of any meaningful climate action. Recognizing those who have often done the least to contribute to the climate crisis are nevertheless on the front lines of its impacts. And that includes unsheltered people dealing firsthand with extreme cold, heat, and any other extreme weather events. So 50 by 30 co-organized this shoe strike for climate justice last fall in Waterloo. During the pandemic, of course, we couldn't get together in person in the numbers we once did. So this was a symbolic strike. But it also was in partnership with Unsheltered KW, which has been working firsthand to support people unsheltered during this pandemic, including at a better tent city. And we know that, this strike had a very positive impact. Over 400 shoes, warm winter boots were donated that went to those unsheltered who really deserve so much more than our society has provided in this period of crisis. So speaking for myself, I've been to a better tent city. I think it's generous, it's compassionate, it's beautiful. And really we should be thinking generously and compassionately during a time of crisis. It's incredible to see the community organizers who have rallied to support community. When no one else would. So I think here at 50 by 30, to circle back to climate action, we know that for climate action to work, it's critical that we take care of each other and our neighbors along the way so that everyone can benefit and we can build a more caring, equitable future, which will get us through this. As future crises hit our communities, we will be ready if we can build resilient, interconnected communities. So that ties back to a motion to support 50 by 30, once again, recognizing that the faster we can reduce emissions, the lower the harm from climate change, particularly on the most vulnerable, and hence speed is justice. So our motion that we are hoping a councillor will move today is for council to endorse in principle an interim absolute community GHG emissions reduction target of 50% by 2030, recognizing that bold and immediate local actions in the Transform Waterloo Region strategy are expected to achieve 30% by 2030, Council emphasizes that bold and immediate actions from the province and federal government will also be required to help us reach this deeper reduction target. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai and Stephanie, for your presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, Councilor Merlihan.
Yeah, thank you through you to both Kai and Stephanie. I guess your moniker is 50 by 30, so I imagine you were a little disappointed when the report came out that it was 30 by 50. Do you feel like this report was watered down in a way that that is justified for not being able to achieve 50 by 30, or that the community is not ready for that kind of I don't know, sacrifice, for lack of a better word?
I will take this one. So I think that it's very clear in our message that it's a yes and for the reason being that the 30%, which is 30% by 2030 in the report, not 2050, that would be grossly inadequate. But the 30% is looking at what we can achieve with proven capacity and resources. And I respect the amount of work that went into demonstrating and proving that. However, we are living in a time, as Stephanie mentioned, the future is speeding up, where what can be achieved cannot necessarily be proven from the outset. And if we look at past periods of rapid societal transformation, you know, no society thought that it could achieve what it actually did. And so what is important here is, first of all, that we get moving with the urgency required to implement these solutions. And the Transform WR report, I think, gets us out of the gates in a very important way. And that we do not let go of the goal that science has made clear for us, that continues to be what we push towards. And I think if we say to ourselves now, as a highly prosperous region of the world with so much, you know, multiple universities, so much innovation happening here, that we cannot do what science is telling us must be done to safeguard our children's futures, who do we expect to do this in the world today? So I think, you know, we all need to take seriously the moment we're in, and that change can compound in a positive way once action gets moving.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helps.
Councillor Shantz and Councillor McMillan, did I see your hand up? Councillor Redekop after Councillor Shantz. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you to the delegations. And maybe I missed this, and I hope I didn't, but how far have we come so far? We talk about 2030, but how far have we come since we started this? And how far do we have to go to meet that 50% goal? Have we come 10%, 20%, 5%? What have we done?
I wonder, would that be a question to ask Tova when she does her Sustainable Waterloo Region presentation, maybe? I think she might be a better one to answer that. And what we can do is maybe move her presentation up before we look at the motion, just that might fit in well. So we'll
okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Yeah.
We spent enough time on this.
Any Councillor Redekop?
Yeah, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation and your lofty goals. I agree with what you said about climate action should equal social justice. I would like sort of you to play that out, because at the beginning of the pandemic, there was this great hope that there would be equality about distribution of vaccine, about medications, and about all kind of equality, and that hasn't happened at all. So I would wonder, what does it look like to have climate action and social equity in your mind? Again, I know it's something we can dream about, but I would appreciate your dreams on that.
Absolutely. Stephanie, would you like to jump in?
No, I'll let you, Kai.
Hot potato. Okay. There's so much in terms of the social bonds that tie us together as a community and strengthening those bonds. I think that we have a tendency to jump immediately to technological solutions, which matter. And it's a part of the equation. But ultimately, you know, we've just gotten a very frightening taste of what it's like to live through a global crisis. And if we continue to, you know, we know that we're going to continue to face impacts on our societies, we have to be there to take care of each other along the way. And so I think considering solutions that will benefit those who are most marginalized is one way to start lifting all boats. And I see Stephanie has her hand up there.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we need to move past the easy solutions, the transportation, the housing. And when you look at increasing social equity and social justice, it's about increasing the dialogue between all the organizations that are already supporting our community in some capacity, and asking them and helping them to acknowledge and understand the importance of their work. For example, at the City of Waterloo's council meeting yesterday, we had a delegate from KW Urban Gardens talking about, yes, they are encouraging more urban gardens, but if we can somehow get that transformation to pick up and having a lot of people doing more urban gardens, what that happens is it reduces the transportation need of food, be going through different hubs. It then reduces the need for people to drive to the grocery stores. And so when we're looking at real transformation change that needs to pick up to 50% reduction, we might not be able to do that with our large overarching strategies. What we do need to do is encourage that dialogue and connectivity between all the different pieces that are working on social justice, and letting them acknowledge and see the impact that they're having. And like Bruce was saying, you know, if they tweaked one thing or maybe something else, it could actually have a significant impact on reducing greenhouse gases without them even noticing or acknowledging. So yeah, that was my kind of.
Well, thank you very much for dreaming. I really appreciate your presentation and your emphasis on social equity and social justice.
Councillor Redekop, I wouldn't mind talking to you offline about your comment about the vaccine rollout, because I know the region has tried to reach out to very many communities to help them to get the vaccine. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on it here.
Well, I wasn't referring to Canada at all.
Oh.
I was referring to the rest of the world. Sorry.
Globally. Fair enough. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Are there other questions for Kai or Stephanie? Okay. Thank you to both of you for your presentation. And I think, as I said, before we consider the recommendation here, I might ask Colva to do her Sustainable Waterloo Region update, and then there may be some questions that tie into the 50 by 30, get my numbers in the right order, part of the potential recommendation. So if you want to do that, Tova, that'd be great.
That would be just fine with me. So if you can bring up the other presentation, the green one. Wonderful. So hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be able to present this part of my presentation this evening. This is my annual update to Council on what's been going on at Sustainable Waterloo Region in the past year. Next slide, please. 2020 was a year like no other, and nobody would argue that point. And what we saw at the beginning of the year, the very beginning, was that climate and climate change was having a real focus in the community and in our culture as a whole. And we were really focusing on that. And then COVID hit. And of course, we all rallied together to try to keep each other safe and to try to fight this global pandemic. But we saw a few other things happen in 2020 that really impacted the work that Sustainable Waterloo Region does. One of the things was the rise of the Land Back Camp, which started in Victoria Park. This request for justice and for reconciliation from our Indigenous community is an important part of our history in 2020. And I applaud the municipalities that have worked with this group to try to find ways to reconcile and bring some parity and equity to the work that they do. Next slide. We also saw the rise of Black Lives Matter. And we saw huge demonstrations, even in the time of a pandemic, socially distanced and masked. Many of us rallied together to fight this rising problem that the community faces. But what this shows us is that these social issues can't be in isolation. And it's so perfect for me to be presenting after what Kai and Stephanie were presenting. The social issues of our time are not siloed, and nor should our work be siloed. Next slide, please. The team at Sustainable Waterloo Region came together to work on how do we transform our programs to integrate not only sustainability and environmental sustainability, but all of the other issues we're facing. And the reason for that is that we know that those who are most negatively impacted by climate change are those with the least privilege, that those with the choices to transition their lives to a low carbon future are often those who have the least money. And that as a very wealthy and very prosperous community, we have the opportunity to do our part and to be leaders. Next slide, please. We work across the entire region, and all 8 area municipalities are partners with us, working in our Regional Sustainability Initiative program, through climate action, of course, as we've been talking about today, but also through a whole host of other things that we do. And we are so appreciative that this is a community that works together with our quilt making and barn raising heritage and our now well-known reputation of innovation. Next slide, please. This is in our year-end report, which you should all have them in your mailboxes now and is available on our website. This is the impacts over the past year. And there's just a couple I want to highlight. That 100% is for you. 100% of the municipalities are participating, focusing, and striving towards a low carbon economy and a low carbon future. And the other is one that I don't always point out, but I think is important. See that $316,426.28? That's the value that our volunteers give to this community. Did you know that our entire HR, finance, fund development, IT, communications, even programs are run by volunteers at Sustainable Waterloo Region? Every single one of those functional areas is run by volunteers, and what they give is outstanding, and so kudos to them. Next slide. I'm not going to dwell on this one. We've talked through climate action, so let's go to the next slide. We do run, as I said, a fully volunteer program called Charge WR, and Charge WR is all about electric vehicle technology adoption, not only the vehicles, but also the charging infrastructure. In 2020, we worked with Waterloo Region Community Energy to create a charging infrastructure strategy for the region, looking at what are we going to need in 2030, working on some of the work of Transform WR. And we're working on finalizing that plan, and we'll be bringing it back to the community. We also were lucky enough to get the numbers for the number of electric vehicles registered in Waterloo Region, and we're currently at 2,700, just over. And that's 1,500% more than in 2013, which is kind of a cool stat. Next slide, please. The Evolve Green Space, for those who know of it, is a collaborative workspace with these 4 partners where we work together to try to build the clean economy, to innovate, to bring research, to bring businesses together, to learn, to support our move to a clean, prosperous economy. And the Evolve Green, of course, is much different than it was last year because none of us are in place, but we continue to inspire each other and work together. And one of our projects in 2020 was the first steps towards creating a community sustainability lab where we would ask people to bring systemic problems to the community, and then we would invite friends and partners and experts in the community, like Bruce, to look at the problems that we have and help us ideate towards finding the solution and then finding the right owner to make that solution happen in Waterloo Region. Stay tuned for more on that. We're hoping to launch it once we can be working in person again. Next slide, please. In the Evolve Green space, we work with Veris, which is a research institute at Wilfrid Laurier University. And Veris is where we work on the culture of sustainability, something Stephanie was talking about earlier. This is so well tied together. What we know is that there's the technical side of sustainability, the air source heat pumps and electric vehicles and all of those great things. And there's the culture side. There's the who are we and how do we identify? How do we want to live our lives? Who do we want to be as leaders in this community? And so the culture of sustainability work is using community psychology strategies and engagement strategies to try to build that culture of sustainability within the entire building and then work towards getting that building to be performing the way it's designed to be, because the performance gap in a sustainable building shows that oftentimes it's the human behavior that doesn't allow buildings to be as efficient and sustainable as they're designed to be. Next slide. And this is an exciting one to be sharing. We are lucky enough that the core group has let us share, and this is the first time it's being shared from our evening of recognition and now these council presentations. The Evolve One building, which is Canada's very first net positive designed multi-tenant office building, and so net positive energy, net zero carbon, actually does do what it was designed to do. So the building needs about 800,000 kilowatts. But in 2019, it generated 106% of that. And in 2020, it used 112% of that. So the number of how much it used was for the history when people were there. That is our average. And this is how much energy it's generating with an array size of 770 kilowatts. So very exciting. The business case has been proven, all within the developer's approved budget, didn't cost any more money, no energy costs to run, and it generates more being part of a regenerative building. This is the kind of innovative thinking that Transform WR is striving towards. Next slide, please. So we all started working from home, and that's my sweet little fur baby sitting on my chair, one of 4. And it changed how not only Sustainable Waterloo Region worked, but how our member organizations worked as well. And so we transformed some of how we did our work. Next slide, please. In the TravelWise program, which is a partnership with the region of Waterloo, we did employee travel surveys, and we found that a lot of people were now working from home. But during that, next slide, we found that people were happier. So when you talk about the integration of sustainability and justice and well-being and all of those good things, we're seeing that during COVID, 50% of people were very satisfied with their mode of transportation, none walking to their desk from their kitchen table. And so there's learnings here. There's learnings for how do we encourage our employees to be more satisfied with work in ways that are good for that business. How do we take the learnings from COVID? And those learnings are not only transportation. How do we see that we as a globe have rallied together in imperfect ways, certainly, but rallied together to protect each other and solve a global problem? How do we take that learning and move that into the climate crisis? Because we can. When we think we need to change things, when we believe a crisis is important, we do change. And so it's an important learning for us. Next slide. The Regional Sustainability Initiative is the program most people know us for. And this program has 85 plus member organizations. And really interestingly, in 2019, the committed tons of greenhouse gases from this collaborative group was at about 65,000 tons they'd committed to reduce. And in 2019, they reduced about 68,000 tons. But during the pandemic, when everyone thought businesses weren't paying attention to sustainability, those numbers jumped. They have now committed 78,000 tons of greenhouse gases and reduced 81,514 tons. Now it remains to be seen how much of that 81,000 tons came from COVID changes and how much we maintain some of those changes. But again, change is possible. Next slide. And to tie in that whole, all of these issues work together, we have launched within this program an element of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So through the reporting element of the program, we no longer just ask our members to consider their environmental reporting, but we report on all 17 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals through a framework that we use in partnership with B Labs. This framework allows them to measure how they're doing towards reaching all of these goals. And then we give support in the 5 areas where we have expertise and encourage them to consider all 17 goals together. Next slide, please. And finally, I just want to leave with this one inspiring thought. You can see here that within that 85 plus member companies of the Regional Sustainability Initiative, 97% of the members anticipated that they would continue their sustainability efforts, that they would be doing this even through COVID-19, that this is something they know and believe is important. And it's important not only because it's the right thing to do, because it's really good for business. And Bruce shared some great examples, and we have other examples locally I can share, that this is the best way forward for our own prosperity and our own well-being. Last slide, please. Thanks for your time. Happy to answer any further questions. And thanks for being such great partners in the program, Regional Sustainability Initiative, Climate Action, and just in the community as a whole.
Thank you, Tova. The question that was asked previously, was it Councillor Shantz that asked it? Do you want to ask it again, or do you want me to see if I remember it?
I can ask it again because unless I missed it, how far have we come so far since we started this? And so what does that mean? How far do we have to go to reach our 50% goal?
Yes, what we do know is our baseline year for climate action work is 2010, because that's when we have the data for. We know that in 2015, we reached 5.2% reduced already. And the baseline stays the same with this new target. And now that 2020 is over, we're starting to collect the data to do the next 5-year inventory. So we don't have the numbers for the next 5-year inventory. You can imagine the kind of data required to do a whole community's carbon footprint. So that will be coming, we hope, within the year to be able to share what our footprint is. But to 2015, we'd already reduced 5.2%.
Go ahead, Councillor Shantz. Sure.
So I guess my comment then is we've got 9 years to go, and we've got, well, we don't have 45% to go, but who knows how far we have to go. So that sounds like an awful big bite to take.
What I would say to that is that motion creates movement. So movement creates movement. And as we are moving towards this, you know, getting started is the hardest part. I love to exercise, but the hardest part is tying up my shoes. And once you've got those shoes on and you're moving in that direction, it happens faster. Just like when you saw that curve with electric vehicles, the increase in electric vehicles was tiny in the first couple of years. And then we have these massive jumps as we move towards it. And I would just reiterate that idea that this isn't just technological, it's also cultural. So what our leadership does, what our community does, how we identify ourselves, all really matters.
Thank you. Tova, I would like to ask, is it doable for us in the township? Can we actually, it's great to aspire to it, and I think it's very aspirational and we should aspire to it. You sort of skirted around that a little bit, but you know, what do we have to do? What do we have to change to get there?
So do you mean like township controlled items or the township as a community?
Let's talk township controlled items.
Sure. So, you know, do I think we can do it? Yes. I would not be bringing a plan forward that I don't think is possible, because that would be irresponsible. And I hope, you know, in 10 years or 9 years now, I'm coming back to say, wow, good job, we did it. And let's keep going and let's go further. When you look at the trends of what's happening in industry, when you look at the technology that's there and the groundswell of culture and support for this, the number of organizations that are moving towards this. Even if you look at things like the direction in energy generation, it is now cheaper to generate energy from renewables than it is from fossil fuels. It's cheaper. So why would we not do that? Is this possible? Yes. Are people, as Sandra Bray talked about, are people going to have to replace their furnace? Yes. And an air source heat pump will become better and better as an option, especially as things like the subsidies on fossil fuels reduce and the carbon price of $170 a ton comes in. It makes a good business case to be doing this. Yes, it's possible. You know, what's owned by the municipality? Things like your buildings, what can be done in your buildings? How can we look at those? How could we use some of Bruce's ingenuity to be able to do some of that sort of thing? Can we be looking at infrastructure, embodied carbon? There's so many opportunities.
Are there any more questions before we consider the recommendation? Okay, Councillor Shantz, one more.
Yeah, sorry, I just have one quick, I guess, question, comment, I'm not sure. So at what point will the government step in, or some government step in and not allow certain things? I just replaced my furnace a couple of years ago. And at what point am I not going to be able to buy a gas-fired furnace? Because if this is such an important thing and it has to be done by 2030, why are we still selling them?
Wish I had the answer to that. At what point? There is precedent to that happening. For example, in Germany, when they realized that they had no energy resiliency because they bought all of their energy from outside of their own country, they mandated that every single new roof in the entire country that was done, whether it was a replacement roof or a new building, must have solar panels. There was no other option. And so those things happen and those things come. And to what the 50 by 30 group was saying and asking you to bring forward is to say, we need to advocate to the other levels of government too. This plan for Transform WR is the local action plan. And they're asking, let's push further by engaging other levels of government to make it so that, you know, we can't do this anymore because it's the wrong thing to do. And there's a way forward and the technology exists.
Thank you, Tova, for both your presentations, and we'll move ahead with the recommendation. And thanks, Jeff. I saw that you had the recommendation with the additional clause that we were asked to consider. Just gonna have to fix my screen here so I can see everybody. Maybe, nope. No, I can't do that. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask council to just sort of speak up. I can't get everybody on.
Madam Mayor, could I go?
Go ahead.
It's Councillor McMillan. I would like to move the Transform Waterloo Region recommendation alone.
Without the additional clause?
That's right. And I would like to move that if nobody else wanted to, I would move that additional clause as well, but I'd like to do it separately. So I'm prepared to move the Transform Waterloo Region recommendation as written.
Okay.
What's the extra clause?
Jeff just had it on the screen.
So the recommendation is in our portfolio. It's 715. It's written out there, correct?
What
Number 6?
Through you, Madam Mayor,
yeah.
The fourth point is the point that we've been asked to add. If you wish to consider the original recommendation, it's items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 on your screen now.
So that's what I would like to move, Mayor. The original recommendation that's in our portfolio, 715, and as Deputy Clerk Smith just pointed out, items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Was that it?
That's what's on the screen, yes.
So I'll move that.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councilor Merlehan?
Yeah, could I just have one question? Mayor Shantz, through you to Councillor McMillan. Is there thinking about why we want to separate it? I don't see the difference either way, but maybe you have a different thought.
Sorry, Madam Bernard, thank you. Through you, Mayor. My thinking was that the Transform Waterloo Region, I'm in favor of both. So let me start there. I'm in favor of both. The Transform Waterloo Region has been working with the municipalities to go over things like staffing levels, budgets, and all that stuff, and how that fits into our current budgeting levels. And the 50 by 30 instead of the 30 by 30, I don't think did have that same collaboration. So I would like to also pass the second one, but I think that we need to work with our staff to see what type of funding is required, what type of staffing levels would be required to reach that more ambitious goal. I'm in favor of both, but the one is kind of costed out and the other one isn't yet. So that was my thinking for separating it.
Okay, just if I could comment on that, from what Ann Roberts told us tonight, it hasn't been costed out as far as staffing, and that's a future discussion, I guess. So I just don't get it. I mean, I think it accomplishes the same by having it in one, but whatever. I'll second it still. That's fine.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. And did you want to speak to the addition then, Councillor McMillan, or?
Yeah, I would move item number 4 and just add, subject to budgetary discussion with council. We have some pre-budgetary meetings scheduled in July. Is that correct, or August? Do I have that correct?
I believe it's August, Mr. Petherick.
We don't need the exact dates, but I wasn't wrong that those meetings exist. So I would just add to that, subject to additional budget discussions for council. And I think those meetings would fit well for that.
Okay. I think embedded in there is advocating also at the other levels of government for funding, but we can add that to the end if that's your motion. Is there a
That's my
second?
motion.
Oh, no. Okay. Councillor Merlingham.
Yeah, through you. Sorry, trying to figure out how to say this. You know, I'm going to speechify a little bit, and I really hate to prolong this because I know there's a lot of people waiting, but this is important on a global scale. And, you know, adding subject to council approval, that's already in those other motions. There's, you know, I kind of call those kind of words and outs, which is full of that in the Transform WR plan. Is everything is subject to budget approval. You know, I just look at that as kind of weasel words when, you know, the community and what I think needs to happen, we need to transform. And as politicians, it's so easy to go, oh, well, look, we have this clause, this backdoor clause that we can just say, oh, we don't have the money this year to do it. I mean, if we're going to commit to it, let's commit. You know, it's because right now, even the Transform WR, we could do nothing, and that would be fine because it didn't. You know, we could just say, well, it didn't fit into the budget this year. I would like to see politicians actually commit to climate action and make the tough decision. If it's going to cost more money, then that's what we got to do, because it's going to cost even more money if we don't do anything about this. And so I hate to speechify and all that. I just want us to commit to this without having a back door. And I know everybody wants to have a back door to have an out, but I think this is something that we can't do that with.
Councillor McMillan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you, quite the contrary. I don't want a backdoor. I want us to commit to funding this, where it's not just us taking the political victory lap for saying we want to end climate change and then not doing the hard work that's attached to it. So contrary. So, further to Councillor Merlehan's advice, I will retable that motion and I will say that I request $100,000 in spending from Woolwich Council for next year and every year going forward to reach that commitment of a 50% reduction by 2030. So no backdoor. I thought it would be appropriate to have more conversation with council about what that number was, but point taken, no backdoor, $100,000 from Woolwich, from outside budget sources, not from efficiencies. We're actually going to put our mouth where our money is. So the motion as written and then added with $100,000 from Woolwich Council from additional levy collection. That's my motion. That's what I'm putting on the table.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Shantz.
I'm not seconding that.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, we got two seconders. We'll have some discussion, Councillor Shantz and then Councillor Merlehan. Councillor,
I guess.
To clarify, did you want to speak to it or were you seconding it?
Not right. No.
Councillor Shantz and then Merlehan.
I guess without knowing what the cost is, how can we say we're going to put $100,000 into it each year and know that's going to cover it? So that's the problem I have with putting dollar figure to it. I guess we need to know more information. I understand where Councillor McMillan is coming from, but I think we have to also know what we're actually making ourselves out to accomplish here.
Councillor Merlehan, and then I see Mr. Brenneman's got his square lit up.
Yeah, just on that, $100,000 doesn't scare me. We have what do we have, a 0.5 levy for the greening levy. Are you proposing that we increase it to a 1% levy for next year, which would make it the 100,000 over 100,000, or are you proposing that it's 100,000 on top of the 0.5, so it would be a 1.5, and somewhere in the tune of 160,000?
Yeah, with what I tabled, it would be 100,000, and you're right, we do have that climate initiative levy, and then this motion passing that would just solidify that levy, through next budget session. And I agree that we don't know how much it would cost, but $100,000 commitment at the start is at least something to get us going, and we could always add to it after that. But I know it would be that $100,000 from the levy previously, this year's levy, solidifying that and dedicating that to that 50 by 30 commitment.
So the 0.5 plus 0.5-ish. Okay, Mr. Brenneman, did you want to say something, and then Councillor Shantz?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council, I'd like to go back to really the crux of what was recommended by staff in the Transform WR, and I think as part of council's debate here, this has also been touched upon. Really, what staff from across the region are asking of all their councils is that there is endorsement of the strategy, even if you want to endorse the 50 by 30, and that all of the respective staffs, and there's going to be cross collaboration across the region as well, to work on corresponding implementation plans and corresponding budgets, operating and capital, and come back to you. At the end of the day, we're at the wisdom of council. If you want to continue to debate this motion, you're free to do that on the $100,000. Respectfully, I think you're probably low in terms of the ambitious nature of this document. And I'm just wondering, for council's consideration, if it's not better to tie this motion to the same process that we recommended for Transform WR and let your interdepartmental or cross-departmental team put together an implementation plan, work with our regional partners, work with our heads of council on advocacy with senior levels of government for additional provincial and federal support. And then we come back with an implementation plan that council can vote on that has some tangible information related to not just the implementation, but the required costs.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, and I think this sounds more like a budget discussion rather than like we shouldn't be passing pre-budget dollars long before we're even talking about the budget. We're not out of COVID yet. We don't know what that's going to cost and where that's taking us. So I don't mind passing the motion, but I don't want to put a dollar figure to it.
Okay. So we had a motion without the dollar figure. Councillor McMillan added that. That's been moved and seconded. If mover and seconder consider that a friendly amendment, we can go with that. Or I believe, Blair, you seconded it, didn't you? Or no, Councillor Redekop, Fred seconded it. Councillor McMillan, I'll leave it to you if you want to leave the motion as it stands, or if you want to just go back.
Yeah, I certainly take Mr. Brenneman's advice to heart, but I think, like Councillor Merlehan talked about, back doors, they're easy to get out of, and Councillor Shantz is right. We're not out of COVID. We don't know what's going to be a year from now, and I think if we don't, I don't think we should take the political victory lap if we're not willing to put something down for this. And I think that $100,000 is that infrastructure or that climate initiative levy. That's it doubled. And if staff come back to us and say, hey, that's half of what you need, we can add to that later. But at least we're halfway there. We're starting from 100,000 instead of starting from scratch. And to Councillor Shantz's point about making budget decisions outside of budget season, we do that all the time, committing to projects in the future. So I think this isn't a lot different than that. It's basically just solidifying that climate initiative levy that we have and making sure that continues for one more year. So I like the motion the way it is tabled and seconded. So I'd like a vote on it.
Okay. Going to call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is the new location for Better Tent City. But before we look at that, I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and come back at I'll give you a little more till at 9:40. I've got 9:32 on my clock now.
He wasn't on the original one. He wasn't on the original agenda. What? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, has council returned? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who am I missing? Councillor Shantz. There he is. Perfect. Okay, let's get started then. Before we move on to the delegation, I just want to say a couple of things. Council's heard from a number of people in Breslau, particularly regarding the proposal that's being presented this evening. And I completely understand that some of you watching are afraid for the safety of your community and for the residents who might be staying at a Better Tent City Farm if it proceeds. This is a new proposal for you and a new one for us. That's why we're starting with a public presentation to council. First of all, I want to say that I have 2 very close examples of people who have been homeless for a period of time for a number of reasons that I'm not going to get into. They came from good families, and yes, there were mental health issues and addiction issues that contributed to their situations. The short story is they have been able to get their lives back on track because of the family support systems that held them up. Not everyone is so lucky. I want each of you to remember that the people who call a Better Tent City home and those who are living rough are people, just like you and just like me. They are our sons and daughters, our friends and neighbors, our nieces and nephews, our mothers and fathers, and no family is immune. Whether they have mental health needs, have fallen into addictions for any number of reasons, or have just hit hard times, they deserve respect. So in the course of our discussion this evening, if there are any disparaging remarks, I will have staff remove you from the meeting immediately. We're here to listen to the proposal, to listen to the delegations, to ask questions, and to identify the next steps in the same due process that any change of use needs to follow. And with that, I'm going to ask David to talk about the process today. Mr. Brennan, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council. I thought it would be good to set some context before we have the presentation. I will try to be as brief as possible. It was less than a month ago that we first heard as a township that the At Better Tent City was looking at possible sites throughout the region. And again, I'm talking broadly across the region. At that time, we heard that the At Better Tent City was interested in talking with the Township of Woolwich about their interest in Woolwich. And it was understood that they wanted to present to council. In advance of them presenting to council, we thought it would be a good idea for not just the township, but also the region to be involved in any discussions to understand what would be coming forward. The reason for the region being involved is twofold. We live, we live and we work and we operate in a 2-tier planning system. There are not just provincial policies, but there's a regional official plan policies, township official plan policies, and zoning to be concerned about. As well, Certainly this issue falls in the area of the broader social service, homelessness, shelter, those sorts of issues. So it was the type of thing that very much the two tiers of government wanted to be engaged in. I want to make it clear that all through that particular meeting, we have asserted the importance of due process that would need to be followed, no different than any other application that would come before the municipality. And Madam Mayor, you just spoke briefly to that a few minutes ago. We, however, do appreciate that issues amongst the neighbors and the broader Breslaw community have come up because of concerns over community engagement that got started by the At Better Tent City folks in terms of speaking about how they would be their neighbors. And again, I just want to keep reassuring the community that the township and the region have from the get-go. And again, when I say get-go, we're talking about an issue that's evolved in less than a month. And with an understanding that we had of them wanting to make a presentation to council, but again, reinforcing the importance of due process. What does due process mean? In order to establish this type of use on the proposed location on Spitzig Road, there would need to be some appropriate planning application that would be made. That is what the process would involve. Again, no different than anybody in the municipality coming forward asking for a change of use. So that's important to understand that process is key to all of this. And principally because in my 30 years in municipal work, what's always most important about planning processes is that everybody is taken on a journey. It's a journey for the township, the applicant, the community. In this case, the residents that are impacted, all of that. And unless you follow due process, I think what we've had this week is an example of the community being concerned that things are just going to happen. And certainly as a township, that has never been the intention. It's always been about following due process. That having been said, I would say this to council. It has been a very interesting night hearing the various presentations. I think one of the things that I would like us to reflect upon is the fact that the pandemic has certainly exposed, as we've heard tonight, many societal issues that we talk a lot about, but we've never been able to address fully in terms of real hard. And specifically, what I want to raise is the fact that during the pandemic, we've seen issues arise regarding Black Lives Matters, issues related to the Indigenous community, LGBTQ, gender, a whole host of issues. Tonight, climate change was on our agenda and the importance of that. Support for our seniors and our aging population was certainly on our agenda. And now we're talking about an issue that transverses due process and planning, but also an issue that was very much a significant issue and still is throughout the pandemic, and that is affordable housing and homelessness shelters and things of that nature. And so I'll end with this. I'm pleased to report, that as recently as today, we meet regularly as regional CAOs. And one of the things that has become clearly evident is that this particular issue in the broadest sense is not just about the township of Woolwich. It's about the broader region, the 3 cities and the 4 townships. And the commitment to have a discussion regarding how we actually deal with this specific issue, both in an interim way and in a longer term way. So I'm pleased to report on that level of, region-wide commitment to dialogue in this particular issue, because it isn't just specific to the township of Woolwich. And I'll stop there, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a number of delegations this evening, and I just want to ask council, normally we give 10 minutes per delegation. Is that council's wish to continue with that, or do you have another wish? Just putting it out there, Councillor Martin.
5 minutes should be adequate. If we give 10 minutes, we're going to be 2.5 hours, and we don't have 2.5 hours left. I really have another suggestion that just came to me now, that we should listen to the presentation and leave all the questions and the other delegates till next week. Council meeting shouldn't be real long, and we had an hour or two before council meeting. We could then listen to all the delegates after they got information. That's one suggestion, and I would think 5 minutes should be adequate.
Rest of council, it's up to you. Councillor McMillan.
This might be a little bit difficult, but what about a soft 5-minute request and then a hard 10-minute cut? Just a polite request to keep it to 5, but we don't cut them off at 5. We let them finish if it goes a little longer, and then shut it off at 10.
Councillor Shantz.
I don't have a problem with the 5 minutes for the delegations. I think probably the presentation might take a little longer than that, but I'm not sure.
Councillor Merlihan. Oh, you're muted still, Pat.
So sorry. I think we need the community is going to want to hear from the organizer for the presentation, but I think the subsequent ones, in at least 5 minutes is, I'm good with that.
Let's go with that. We have 4 presenters. The first 4 delegates are presenters, and we will give you 10 minutes each, and the rest a soft 5 minutes. I think is what I'm hearing from the majority of council. So I'm going to ask delegates, please leave your video turned off and your microphone muted until you're called upon to speak. Once you finish, please turn your microphone and camera off again, and you may leave the meeting after your delegation is done, or stay as long as you want, as long as you keep your camera and microphone turned off. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Jeff Wilmer, a Better Tent City volunteer. Welcome, Mr. Wilmer. So sorry that the rest of the agenda took so long.
No problem. Thanks very much, Mayor Shantz. And yes, each of us will aspire to try to keep ours to 5 minutes as well. We recognize the lateness of the hour. So thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening. A Better Tent City is a community initiative that provides tiny homes for previously unsheltered people in Kitchener, Waterloo, and area who are homeless and cannot or will not use the shelter system. And often that is because of mental illness and or drug addiction, but it also includes couples or people who have a pet as their closest companion. So we believe that the solution for homelessness is housing, with supports where necessary. But until there's enough supportive housing for all, some people are left living rough. Housing is the foundation of health, both physical health and mental health. So we provide a tiny home. We provide toilets, showers, laundry facilities. We provide meals. We can't say enough about the food. Healthcare services come to the site, courtesy of the Sanguine Mobile Health Bus. Not only physical health services, but mental health and addictions counseling as well. And we provide an opportunity for the residents to help take responsibility for looking after their new home and their community. The residents are not simply left to fend for themselves. There's a strong and diverse team of supports that visit the site and supports that are on site, starting with 2 live-in on-site coordinators, Nadine and Alvin. This is a community initiative with minimal reliance on government funding. Our funding has been provided by the people of this community, individuals, local businesses, family foundations, supporting organizations, and grants. A Better Tent City has been up and running now for over a year, and it's making a big difference in the lives of the residents, those in our region who are the most difficult to help. And it is remarkably cost effective. We provide more than shelter, we provide a home and a community and a family. And I would ask the clerk to put up the first slide, please. We now need to move because our founder and our landlord, Ron Doyle, passed away in March of this year. And so the image that should be coming up shortly shows the context of the farm that we would like to move to. It's a 53-acre farm, and we propose to use 5 acres of it. It has a willing host landlord, the Hamilton Diocese. So that shows you the context. The farm is outlined in red, and it's on the west side of Spitzig Road, north of Highway 7. And the blue square or blue rectangle towards the northwest corner of the farm shows the portion of the farm that we propose to use. I mentioned that the Diocese of Hamilton is willing to host this as our landlord. So that's certainly an advantage. The site, the blue portion of the site that we propose to use, is more than 250 meters from the nearest home. That's the length of 2.5 football fields. And it provides the space that will allow the 35 to 40 residents to thrive, raising their own food, giving them dignity and a sense of purpose. And the next slide, please. The next slide shows a concept site plan. And you can see there would be a farm lane coming in from Spitzig Road, going towards the west side of the site, and then turning south where the cluster of buildings would be. And then the next slide zooms in on the cluster of buildings. So the concept site plan shows that there's towards the top center of the cluster, there's a main building. And from the outside, this would look like a drive shed or a barn. On the inside, it would have our kitchen, our washrooms, our showers, and so on. And then there's we've drawn 40 tiny homes there. They're clustered close together, and that makes it more efficient for us to provide power and a radiator in each house. Thank you for the slides. We can move on there. So we hear people saying that we're doing great work, but they're not convinced that this is an appropriate site for it. Well, there may not be a perfect site in this region, but the Spitzig Road site is a beautiful opportunity for a Better Tent City, or for a Better Tent City to evolve into a Better Tent City farm. People say that they're sensitive to the needs of homeless people, but it's not enough to be sensitive. Together, we need to be responsive to those needs. It was Gandhi who said, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. The township can take a regulatory approach to this, talking about due process and so on, or you can take a compassionate approach. A Better Tent City is like a family. We would be on a farm, and we have farm workers. We could move in this month if the township is willing to be compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go through the other 3 delegations, presenters, and then we'll ask questions after that, if that's all right. So I'll call on Father Toby Collins from St. Mary's Catholic Church. Father Toby.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I want to start by saying thanks to 5030 for the shoes and boots that they donated. They were much needed. And we're working on our efficiencies. We have these tiny homes that only need electric heat in the winter and just a cool breeze in the summer. So we're very energy efficient. These people don't want for much. I want to first also say that I hear the concerns of people. I've seen a lot of the posts online, and I want to say that I can relate in some ways when it comes to personal safety and theft, property values, and public transit, not being that accessible. I hope that our presentation tonight will address some of these things. And one of the things we always do with Lot 42 is we bring people to others to encounter them. And that seems to take the edge off of some of these concerns. And so I can't bring people to you, but I want you to hear some voices of people who were very concerned that you heard their desire to be a part of something very special in Woolwich Township, that is possible. I'm going to start with Charlie, and then we'll move to just a couple of people, and then I'll conclude with some remarks.
We could get to know you, and you can get to know us, and we can gain a little trust. Not all of us are raving lunatics or thieves, and you got to give people a chance sometimes in life, right? Everybody chips in around here and does their part. Try to keep it as clean as humanly possible. I don't know. And I want to stay part of this community because it's better than being alone.
Hi, I'm Janice. Before I came here, I lived at Janice Kitchen in a tent with my wife, and I help out around here by doing dishes, garbage, bathrooms. I go out handing out food at night time with the team. And I like this community of people because we all seem to get along at times. And I hope you guys can give us a chance to our new neighbors.
Hi guys, my name's Holly. Before I lived on lot 42, I found myself basically couching it from couch to couch to couch to couch because I have a dog in tow who's outside right now barking. He's just a little guy. Here he is here. My first few days here, or even before coming here, I didn't want anything to do with it. But now that I'm here, I've really grown to love these people and just realize that we're all just trying to get by, right? Some people have it easier than others, and some people have it harder than others.
So that gives you an idea of some of the residents that are there. And they all come with stories, as we all do. So we care a lot about them. I want to say that to the residents directly, because they've been following all of the social media posts, that many people in the township of Woolwich do love you, despite some of the negative things that have been said. And I'm so sorry that you had to see the inappropriate comments, people saying that you are being dumped there in Woolwich, that you're like trash. Those comments are unfair. And I suspect that they were said by people who are afraid of the unknown and didn't mean to cause so much hurt. In our eyes and in God's eyes, I believe you have always been loved, loved as you are beautiful, and you have taught me and so many others what it means to be truly vulnerable and hopeful all at the same time. Please continue to have faith in our ability to find you a new home. We love you guys. Last evening, to everyone else, one of the residents said to me, "You don't seem like a regular priest." The priests he knew growing up. He said, "We're at churches judging who was holier and telling them how to live their lives." To which I wanted to respond, "Well, you don't look like the average or act like the average homeless person because you have great energy, insights, you're doing so much good." I hope that everyone at this meeting understands that we're all learning here, if we're open to it. Each interaction with another is not only a teachable moment, it's an opportunity to learn. Things get really difficult when there is no desire to understand the other, that they have nothing to offer. We are so proud of our residents because when we took time to try and understand them, they taught us so much. They taught us about how you build solid relationships while experiencing some of the more raw experiences in life. That in our vulnerability, we can be there for each other in ways we will remember for the rest of our lives. Thank you for that. I was told recently that the story of the Good Samaritan may be familiar to the good folk in Woolwich. A parishioner of mine, retired Justice Pat Flynn, said that the roots of this township were Christian and that they would understand. To try to explain what loving your neighbor looks like, in the story, the Good Samaritan, Jesus tells a story about a man who was beat up on the roadside and was ignored by many who couldn't disrupt their lives enough to help them. even if it meant that he would die, until one Good Samaritan stopped to bandage his wounds, give him safe accommodation, and returned several days later to see what else he could provide. The Better Tent City team and countless volunteers have no business being together other than our common desire to bandage wounds and find safe accommodation for people we've found beat up in so many ways. Some of them from the township of Woolwich. They tell their stories with remarkable sincerity, being told that they were trashed by their parents or caregivers, some at a very young age. Some of the residents are victims of physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. Some have experienced a tragic loss of friends, family, and or their health, or their finances, or their business, and they've engaged in poor coping strategies. All have been given up on in one way, shape, or form and found themselves on the roadside. All have had close brushes with death. None of them want to die alone. At A Better Tent City, we have already moved beyond providing bandages, safe shelter, and healthcare. We are focusing on conversations of forgiveness, healing, and unconditional love. We remember the residents' names, birthdays, and preferences, like who likes pineapple on pizza and who doesn't. We have become a family, and family looks out for one another and their neighbors. That's why St. Mary's Parish is involved. That's what we're all about. And Bishop Douglas Crosby, the Bishop of the Hamilton Diocese, has given us his full support for those same reasons, providing his prayers, land, and financial resources from the diocese. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Father Toby. Next delegation is Laura Hamilton from the Social Development Center of Waterloo Region. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Shantz and councillors and staff for this opportunity to speak with you about A Better Tent City. So I'm a member of the leadership team along with Father Toby and Jeff, and I'm also, I serve on the board of the Social Development Center, Waterloo Region. So the Social Development Center is a charitable partner and an active supporter of A Better Tent City. And we've been around for a long time. We're about to have our 54th AGM. The Social Development Center is a learning organization that supports all voices in the creation of community-wide solutions to issues faced by vulnerable members of our community. We shed a light on unresolved gaps in services and policy, as well as illuminating future trends and opportunities. And we do this work by ensuring that lived experience is the basis for collective action. So you can see why we're so supportive of A Better Tent City. A Better Tent City began as a low barrier housing first approach to provide an opportunity to move unsheltered people from dangerous conditions on the streets to a more safe and supportive community. We've been successful in achieving our goal to provide protection from the environment, access to hygiene and sanitation facilities, and connection to services and healthcare on a path to stable housing. The name was chosen intentionally. We've been continuously improving since day one. Every day, week, and month, we become a better tent city. We became better than most tent cities the day we had a willing landlord, washrooms on site, and access to a makeshift kitchen. Life got better when we built showers and laundry facilities, and that was with the support of the Community Foundation. And it got better when the Sanguine Mobile Health Clinic began to come and make regular bi-weekly visits. And when harm reduction and outreach services began to provide supports on sites. And when residents moved from tents into cabins. And life at A Better Tent City became even better when, with help from the United Way and the kitchen, community kitchen co-op of Kitchener-Waterloo, we established a kitchen. We equipped a kitchen, and the food bank began to support us with weekly deliveries, and volunteers from across the region, including Woolwich, organized to ensure that a hearty, healthy evening meal is prepared every day. Life got better when residents began to work alongside these volunteers to cook with and for their community. And when caring relationships built on trust began to develop with volunteers, It got even better when an on-site addictions treatment program began to lessen dependence on the opioids that were stealing their lives. And when, with the support of Kindred Credit Union, we created opportunities for residents to earn money for some of the work that they do to support the community. So they no longer must do things they regret or that will traumatize them to find the funds they need to survive. I want to pause here and explain that it's very difficult, if not impossible, for those of us with ease of access to resources to understand the lives of people who are struggling with addictions and who live in abject poverty. It is not simply a question of having to make good choices in order to receive the supports and services that the rest of us enjoy. People living rough self-medicate to survive, to cope with their incredibly difficult and dangerous lives, to mitigate the hopelessness that comes from constantly colliding with a system that oppresses them and criminalizes their very existence. A system they believe is set up to work against them, and a system that shatters their hope. Drugs have never been more abundant, more accessible, more toxic, more addictive, and more deadly than they are right now. And this isn't just with people who are unsheltered. This morning on CBC, I heard that construction workers in Ontario are more likely to die of an overdose than they are of a work-related injury. This is an epidemic. But you need to know that all of the life-stabilizing supports and services that I've described to you will continue after our move. Relocating to Woolwich will create further opportunities for residents as we move forward with our plans to work with a local firm to establish vertical gardens and shipping containers and market gardens during the summer months. Residents have also asked to create a wood shop on site, and we're optimistic that we will be able to do so in the coming months. A Better Tent City has created a caring community where people who want to support their collective can stabilize their lives and begin to imagine something better. It's really about restoring hope. It doesn't happen overnight. Many of the people who are with us have been in the system since they were children, and many have lived rough for years. But we are not a public shelter, and we are not an unsanctioned encampment. And we have been able to curate this community, and we continue to do so. To create a safe and caring home, you do not need to be afraid of us. I know you've been hearing from lots of people who are afraid of us and who don't want us to move to Woolwich. You should also know that we have an army of community supporters. We have about 50 volunteers engaged in supporting collaborative cooking, and another team of volunteers who help residents with maintaining the site. A majority of the 9 closest households to our new site were welcoming when we introduced ourselves in the project last week. Some actually volunteered to help us with our move and to help us with preparing meals. In the last few days, we've been receiving emails from people and others in Woolwich, with offers of support and encouragement, and to let us know that there are many people of goodwill in Woolwich who understand this project and who are supportive and happy to help. A Better Tent City and the group of organizations that have grown behind it are involved because we are responding to a dire need to establish housing that addresses specific needs, the needs of those who are persistently or who have been persistently homeless. We're asking Council to get behind this project. We're not here to create a precedent for more rural housing or to establish an unsanctioned encampment. This is about a specific exemption. It's an urgent request for a successful project that provides temporary housing for a group of extremely vulnerable people. We must have faith that our region's Housing First plan to end chronic homelessness in Waterloo by 2025 will be successful. We're asking for your support for our community to relocate to Woolwich as our region develops its capacity to provide supportive and affordable housing for those who are most in need. Thanks again for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Joe Mancini from the Working Center. Welcome, Joe.
Hello. I'm going to, I won't go into a full history of homelessness, Waterloo Region, given the time. But it's true that our society is generating higher homelessness at higher levels. The main culprit is that rooming houses, single occupancy hotels used to be widely available, but they are now scarce. Now rent for a bachelor unit is more than a social assistance check. That is the crux of the issue. The only units available are social housing units, and they have waiting lists of over 5,000. Housing is now like musical chairs, and a Better Tent City is supporting those left without a chair. On November 11th, 2014, in the middle of a snowstorm, the Working Center asked St. Mary's Church to open their doors because we could count over 250 individuals who were without housing. So the context was already there before the pandemic. While Ron Doyle was establishing a Better Tent City at Lot 42 in April 2020, the Working Center was contending with over 30 people who were camping on the grounds of St. John's Kitchen. In October 2020, the Working Center, with the help from the region of Waterloo, turned a student dorm in Waterloo into 80 rooms of housing. We filled those rooms with people who were camping or who were in motels because they were in motels because of their acute health issues. So during the pandemic, a Better Tent City and this university housing projects have made a significant dent into our growing homelessness issue. In order to continue the A Better Tent City experiment, we are coming to Woolwich Council to ask your moral support to help us turn an outstandingly generous offer of land from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Hamilton into a small, low-intensity community that will create housing for 30 to 40 individuals. This request is not about a new zoning precedent. It's not about creating urban housing on rural land. The housing we are proposing is not an exemption for building luxury homes. It's not a subdivision. It might look like, but it is not a trailer park. It is not about secondary units. This is about a specific exemption for a successful project that provides temporary housing for a group of previously homeless individuals, and with restrictions that you can impose on the extent and range of the project. The Working Center and the group and the Better Tent City group are committed to adding an agricultural use to the land. The Working Center presently cultivates a 2-acre market garden, and we will use our skills and knowledge to involve those living on the site to produce food that can be used by our Better Tent City, by the food bank, and other social ventures. A Better Tent City and the group of organizations that have grown behind it are involved because we're addressing a dire need to establish housing that is suitable and addresses the specific needs of those who are persistently homeless. We have demonstrated in multiple ways that these kinds of initiatives work, and they serve the citizens of the region very well. The groups involved: St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Diocese of Hamilton, the Social Development Center, the Working Center. We're bringing with us years of experience and a multitude of volunteers who are committed to providing this common good initiative to generate housing for those who have experienced homelessness, using primarily donated funds and resources to make it possible. And I really need to add that it's a far way from Spitzik Road to cross Highway 7 and into the suburban development nearby. And I really think that they are different places, and the people of the Better Tent City will recognize that and will definitely respect the reality of those being two different places. We certainly hope that Woolwich Council will be able to support this important initiative in some kind of way. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Questions for excuse me, any of the delegations so far? Councillor Shantz?
Sorry, I had to get my right keyboard here. I think this question probably could be answered by Jeff the best. So Jeff, this has been happening in a hurry. And just wondering how long you've been looking for a new location, and have you exhausted everything in the city, or how did you determine to come to this location?
We have been looking in earnest for about the last 5 months. when it became clear that Ron Doyle was in failing health and would be selling the property on Ardelt, then it was clear to us that we would need to move. We focused our discussions with the municipalities, chiefly the region of Waterloo and the city of Kitchener, as both had been involved and aware of the project pretty much from the beginning or soon after the beginning. And also the Kitchener Council decision that allowed us to be at 41 Ardelt Place also required us to, or encouraged us to have discussions with city and regional staff about finding a new home for the community when the year was up. Unfortunately, those discussions didn't lead to anything that we could actually use. So we turned our attention to either leasing or buying property. Mostly we were looking in industrial areas, but we started looking at rural residential on the edge of the city as well. But we kept finding that wherever there was a property that could have worked for us based on size and facilities, there were other people's homes nearby. And we recognize that we're not an ideal neighbor. We don't want to be right next to somebody else's home. It's not good for either party. So when we had struck out on all those other counts, Bishop Crosby and the diocese came forward to say they believe in our project, they want to support our project, and they had some properties that we could look at. Now, some of them are in suburban areas. They sort of look like they might be a future elementary school site or a church addition or something like that. So there's hundreds of homes in the immediate area. So we pretty quickly ruled those out. But the property on Spitzig really appealed to us after considering dozens of other properties because it's well separated from other people's homes. It has that willing host landlord, the Diocese of Hamilton, and it gives us a new opportunity to involve the residents in growing their own food. They are now stable compared to when they were living rough, and to have a purpose and to have a sense of dignity, we think is going to be a big step forward for them.
Go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could have a follow-up. So we've all received numerous emails and phone calls about this. And I guess some of the questions that I have, there's no amenities out there, and the closest, I guess, public transit is 5 kilometers away, that type of thing. So how often would you have to access that? And what do you say about not having any amenities close by?
So the interesting thing is that when we started A Better Tent City, we thought that it needed to be downtown because that's where the services are, and that's where the services that we thought the residents needed were located. We ended up in an industrial park, and we ended up a year later realizing we did not need to be downtown. We don't need to be near the services. This is pretty much a self-contained community. The food bank comes to the site. The Sanguine Mobile Health Bus comes to the site. The volunteers come to the site. The residents have it as their home and their family and their community. They don't really need to leave the site very often. And when they do, many travel by bicycle, which is manageable from Spitzig Road into town. But there's also lots of volunteers coming and going. People could catch a ride with a volunteer. And if there's demand for it, we certainly would entertain the idea of a shuttle. But for the most part, the residents don't need to access shops and services. They are a self-contained community, and the services that they need do come to them.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor McMillan?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Wilmer just answered one of the questions I had about food with the food bank visiting on site. Could somebody maybe expand a little bit on some of the other supports, mental health, addiction treatment? It was touched on in the presentation. Could you expand a little bit on some of those services that are delivered there? Because I think that is one of the concerns that we're hearing from the community, that they won't have access. So you touched on it being self-contained. Could you maybe expand on how that delivery happens and just tell us a little more about that?
Certainly, and I think others may want to add to what I'll say, so I'll keep this brief. But certainly the idea of shelter care, which is what the House of Friendship started talking about this within the last couple of years, Instead of having people living rough on the streets or in and out of shelters, waiting until they're in dire condition, they need to go to the emergency ward, why not have healthcare brought to the shelter? And so this is exactly what we've been doing pretty much since the beginning. Sanguine comes to the site twice a week, stays for a couple of hours. The health professionals on the bus know the residents by name. There's a trust relationship there. So the residents are getting better healthcare now than they ever had when they were living rough. And we're really pleased with the support that we've had from Sanguine. And Sanguine is pleased that they don't have to drive the bus around back alleys looking for homeless people. They know where they can find them because we've got 53 people living at a Better Tent City now. So it's very efficient. Father Toby or Laura may wish to add to that because they are very much involved in those services themselves.
I can explain a bit more too. In the last probably 5 months or so, I guess the relationship with Sanguine has expanded, that if volunteers are there and they notice that someone has something that looks like it needs medical attention, they can say, do you want someone to get in touch with Sanguine? If that can't wait till Tuesday or Thursday when the bus is there. And Sanguine, Nadine can call them. There's phones there. Nadine's the site coordinator. And someone will come the next day typically and pick up prescriptions and support people on site and actually knock on their door and say, I'm here to help. And that's a huge gift. People's health has improved tremendously. As far as the addictions counseling, we set up a methadone program. There's a doctor who comes every Tuesday, because people in methadone treatment are required a visit by a doctor and some tests every week. And then we have pharmacists who come every morning and deliver the medicine. So a cup of juice, people drink that. And what we've tried to do, we're up to 30% of the folks who are there are now in treatment. It's stabilized them completely. And when you're talking about transportation, we've got 4 people who do day work, and typically their employers come and pick them up. And they would pick them up wherever we are. We're 10 minutes from downtown. It's just not a problem where we're going. And Nadine has a car, as we mentioned, and I think Father Toby can talk about the parish Prius. And volunteers are taking folks as well. So, and then the other services that come, the street outreach service, the counselors and outreach workers come, and then there's also counseling with Sanguine. And you were asking about food. Food is delivered weekly. People get their own hampers for things like breakfast and lunch, and there's shared food there. But then there is a big collaboratively prepared evening meal every night for the residents.
If I could just add, I noticed Gloria Jordan was a delegate tonight, or at least was, I don't know if she was registered, but she was watching. But she's the director of the Inner City Health Alliance, or the coordinator. And the Inner City Health Alliance, which includes the Working Center and Kitchener Downtown Community Health Center, House of Friendship, Sanguine, and a bunch of other groups of groups that are doing work mostly starting in downtown Kitchener around homelessness issues, but over the pandemic it has expanded dramatically to throughout the region, and these services are available. So the Better Tent City has been supported through the Inner City Health Alliance in a very subtle way, but all of the services being described have mostly come through connections through the Inner City Health Alliance, and will continue. So it's not like a Better Tent City on Spetzick Road is on its own. It's really within the fold and interests of the Inner City Health Alliance.
And I just want to add one thing. The Waterloo Catholic District School Board was here from day one. Loretta Naughton has done some fantastic work in fundraising, and now we're involving the high school. So we have 2 tiny homes being built, constructed, renovated at St. Mary's High School, which is maybe about 300-400 meters from Lot 42 right now, and then on another home at Resurrection High School. Students that we had build the original tent get to visit on site, supervised, And a lot of their reflections were, I'd live next to these people, and that provides company and just community support and so on when they're on site. And a lot of the residents really appreciate the visit. We had a barbecue together and so on. And I laughed to myself because I thought, a lot of high schools go on trips to third world islands or countries. And really right next door, we've got people living in similar conditions. Why not help them out and save the money on plane fare and invest in the project or something? So they've been a big support. I've been proactive in talking to John Van Pelt, the principal at Woodland Christian. We've begun some conversations about how I can speak to some of the parents about their concerns. And maybe there might be some opportunities for programming together. We'll see.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor Shantz. Yeah, this is an emotional appeal. It's an emotional appeal on both sides. And unfortunately, I'm watching some of the comments go by on the YouTube, and I'm a little disappointed by what's being written there. This is the first airing of a public airing of this proposal, and as council, we have to take in all the information and listen to the sides and go through planning. So that's just to the people out there that are watching and commenting some of that. I don't know. I feel a little disappointed in Woolwich if this is how we just collect information at this point. And at the end of the day, everyone can have their opinion about whatever they think. And but let's get the information first. I have two questions. First is a bit of a comment, and maybe I'd like to know more about your experience with working with the region on homelessness. This isn't a Woolwich Township problem. It's not a Wellesley problem. It's not a City of Kitchener problem. It's a Waterloo Region problem, and I think we have to look at it through that lens, where it's a community of Waterloo Region looking to find solutions. Through a church organization, I went with my family, and we participated in making meals at House of Friendship through that shelter system. I thought, the people that came through there were certainly very appreciative, but the shelter system, I always thought was weird, that people would show up and they had to get a ticket at a certain time. They were kicked out first thing in the morning. And it's, I can understand how it's hard to, if you're in a different bed every night. I can't even imagine myself what that kind of experience would be like. But if this is a Waterloo Region problem, where has Waterloo Region, the people that look after our shelters, how have they come in to support people that can't fit into the regular system? Where are they now in this planning process? Why is Woolwich councillors here listening to this plea for help? But there's a bigger story here, and this is all new to all of us. I grew up in Elmira. There was a homeless person when I was a kid living in Gibson Park. And, I didn't quite get it. I was pretty young when that happened, but after a couple of years, he lived in the park, and then he was just shuffled off. And I think that's what happens a lot of times in small communities, that the police bring them to services in the city. So this is something that, police have gotten accustomed to. If a homeless person comes in on the bus or into the area, they're identified fairly quickly, and I think shuffled back into Kitchener. So my first question, please tell me about your experience with Waterloo Region, and where in their shelter system, where you see maybe some improvements that may be able to house these people that you're looking after.
Thanks very much for the question. So it's clear that the region of Waterloo has its priority on building affordable housing and facilitating others to build affordable housing. They've been clear with us since the beginning, since our early discussions with them, that their focus is on creating affordable housing so that everybody can be housed. And I agree with that. I get that. That should be their focus. And like I said earlier, housing is the solution for homelessness. Now, it's going to take some time to get there. And in the meanwhile, the region is also funding things like, as Joe mentioned, the University Avenue facility that the Working Center was running, as well as the Inn of Waterloo, where the House of Friendship ran sort of a hotel style shelter. So the region is very much involved in that. So good work is happening, but there are people who are left over despite that. And as Joe said, it's like musical chairs, and there are some people left without a chair. It's not about capacity. Like, even if there was capacity in the shelters, the residents of a Better Tent City are the people who have either been restricted from the shelters, or because of their mental illness, they're just not going to go there. They would rather live rough. And so Nadine Green has met them where they're at, whether it's in a back alley or in the woods, and invited them home. And we've provided the home.
Okay, so is there a role for Waterloo Region here to play in this venture?
I think that there is, and those conversations are going on, because if the region's commitment to having everybody housed by 2025 is to be met, then we need to think what kind of housing would work well for the residents of a Better Tent City. It probably doesn't look like an apartment building. It might look more like a lodging house with a caregiver there that can make sure you get your meds on time and have a proper meal. But it might look something different again, that is more spread out, where you've got a tiny home of your own and you've got space and you can get away from your neighbors if they're making a little too much noise or that type of thing. So, we think that the model we're developing here, and it started off as a bit of a demonstration project, but it's certainly evolving and maturing now, might actually be really informative to how that congregate housing is designed, so that when everybody's housed in 4 or 5 years, they're housed in a way that's going to work for them, that's not going to just drive them into isolation or loneliness and depression and back into their addictions.
Okay, my second question is, because this is the first public airing of this proposal to the community, will you as a group commit tonight to the Breslau people, the people of Woolwich, and the Woolwich Township, that you will go through the proper planning process, so that it's a public process, and that we can still treat all of these projects the same? Is that a commitment you would make tonight?
We will go through the planning process if that's what Township Council wants us to do. If Township Council is persuaded that there's urgency here and your sense of compassion outweighs your sense of duty to the rules, you could interpret what we are as a farm with a farm family, and then we would not need a zone change. What we are as a land use, I think everybody admits, is hard to define. And so you can either say, well, it's not defined as a single family dwelling or a farm, so you therefore not permitted. Or you can say, you know what, it's hard to define, so we could deem this to be a farm family and a farm. If you're persuaded of that over the next week, then we'd be happy to start setting up shop immediately. If you want us to go through the due process, then we will go through the due process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Martin, and then Councillor Shantz.
Okay, I'll make this quick. I'd like to go back to what I suggested earlier tonight. Just received an email a few minutes ago, maybe everybody else does. Read part of it. It's disappointing that our mayor and Ward 3 councillors seem to disregard to listen to delegates who are objecting to this proposal. How is it equitable that you provide over 2 hours to climate change presentations and then rush a proposal which is contentious and problematic to our community? All I can say, Peter, is that you didn't listen to a thing I said. I suggested that we split this into 2 nights. We listened to the presenters tonight. You've got a week to mull it over, and I'd be glad to listen to all kinds of presentations next week. You're going to be very disappointed to know that I'm leaving for home in about 2 minutes because I'm up in less than 4 hours. And I wish council would consider that. That'll give the people some time to think it over when they heard the presenters. And we can come back to this because this is much too big an issue to rush through without hearing from people.
Thank you. Thank you, Murray. I want council to be able to finish asking their questions of the delegations that have presented. I am not seeing the chat that's going on, but I understand it's a lot of it is fairly toxic, and that disappoints me greatly. And my suggestion would be to follow Councillor Martin's suggestion, and that would be to have the remaining delegates come next week. We can. We're not going to finalize anything until council meeting next week anyway. So we can hear the remaining delegates next week, and if the chatter remains, we can't seem to turn it off here. But if the chatter remains next week, I would suggest that we shut the discussion down. I have no patience for for name calling and for some of what I believe is happening. As I said, I haven't seen it. I'll take a look at it later. So that said, are there questions of the 4 delegations that have been here? And then we will discuss where we go from here. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I agree with what you said. Question I have is this a temporary situation or is this more permanent? I don't think we've heard that, or at least I haven't heard it. Maybe I missed it.
So certainly our intention is that's temporary for 2 reasons. One is the diocese has originally committed to allowing us to use the property for 3 years. And so 3 years is the initial intent here. But the second reason is that if everybody's being housed by 2025, then something like this won't be needed on a permanent basis.
If I could just follow up on that a little bit. So we're hearing a lot of negative remarks, and some of it is, you know, I got to come out and say it. It's pilfering and that type of thing of the local community and stuff like that. And I think there's a concern there about that. And I think it was addressed by the fact that people don't understand and they're afraid. And so I guess what happens if we forge ahead with this or move ahead with this and it doesn't work? Then what are the alternatives there, or what are you thinking there?
We'll continue to make adjustments to make it work. Laura talked about this, that it's a continuous improvement exercise. We're not a perfect tent city, and we're the first to admit that. This is a challenging population, but we're making a big difference in their lives, and we are making continuous improvements. Things are getting better by the week and by the month. And so, yeah, if we stumble at any point along the way, we're totally open to making adjustments so that it does work.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I feel like I have to say this. I think we're the only council in the region that hasn't had a meeting go past like midnight since COVID started. So like just about every other council has struggled through. I know Mayor Shantz, you had to race home for a regional council meeting because the alarm at the township office started to go off. So it'd be a shame if we were the only township that couldn't, you know, pull a late one here for an issue that's as important as this. My question to the delegation is a couple. what's the drop dead date? There is a date where like you're getting moved off of lot 42 regardless, whether you have somewhere to go or not. What's the drop dead date? And then if plan A, moving to Breslau on that date doesn't work, what is the plan B? What's the interim solution? And is there a middle ground where, Mr. Wilmer, I heard you talk, we have a choice between due process or compassion. I think perhaps there's a middle ground where our compassion has us expedite the due process, where we can go through a reasonable process that is not the normal process, because we understand our compassion drives us to find a different solution, but it might not be on the time frame. So my question is, what's the drop dead date? And then, what is the plan B, and is there an interim solution?
Yeah, good questions. So thank you, Councillor McMillan. The date by which we have to move out of Ardelt Place is June the 20th. If we are unable to move to Spitzig Road by that date, and perhaps Father Toby's best able to speak to the interim solutions that are available to us, that would at least get us through the summer months, a couple of months. But our real drop dead date, I think, would be Labor Day weekend. Father Toby?
That is correct, Jeff. We should be able to move over to St. Mary's High School, which is nearby. I have a good working relationship with the principal there, and I believe she would be open to us being there for the 2 summer months. But then Labor Day weekend would come and we would need a place. Yeah.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask our senior planner director or manager of planning, Mr. Vink, what would a process look like that would sort of tick off the normal boxes of process? And is that doable by Labor Day to get through the process?
Thank you, through you, yes, Madam Mayor. That's an exceptionally speedy process under the Planning Act to get through something in that time period. Generally speaking, even a variance would go longer than that. It would mean commitment with the group that they would have to sit down and talk, because it may mean changes to their plan to avoid certain areas, given some environmental features around the site that they'd have to maybe stay away from, so they wouldn't have to do reports with the GRCA or the region, which would narrow down how much they have to submit. It would need some consultation. It would mean speedily trying to do a public meeting, which council may then have to have a special meeting to have a public meeting for them specifically, because we don't meet in July. So whether we could be able to do something in late July or August still to accommodate this, and council have a special meeting for a public process, that would be the formal public meeting under the Planning Act, to be followed by a recommendation report, which would have to come then in around one of the meetings in August. Very tight time frame. I can't guarantee everybody, like all the other agencies, will be on board with that timing or not. But that's probably how it would have to play out and go very, very quickly.
Councilor Miller?
Like that type of time frame puts our staff under like pretty significant pressure. Would there be any, because housing is is under the region's domain, could there be any like staff allocation from the region? Would the region be able to chip in with staffing resources to help, given the tight time frame? Is that a request we could make? Is that something they'd be capable or willing to do?
Mr. Vinker.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor. The region will have to be at the table because they're a commenting agency, so they will have staff commenting. So that would just mean that even from a regional perspective, we'd be pushing their timelines. The region is short-staffed at the moment. Actually, our planner, who usually handles Woolwich, is going on paternity leave right now, so they are actually going to be even shorter staffed for the summer. So I highly doubt they'll be able to allocate staff. It would just ultimately be up to our staff anyway to write the planning report and get through the public notification. So there's not much the region can do beyond them doing as much as they can, as fast as they can on their side, which is sometimes a challenge just to move through things that quickly. But like I said, we're putting a lot of pressure on other agencies to even do their process in that time period.
Okay, Councillor Merlihan, and then Shantz.
Mayor Shantz, the plan to not hear the other delegates tonight, I do have a bit of a problem with that. I think it's just going to inflame the issue even further. I'm not sure, people are on the understanding that somehow we're going to be making a decision tonight and it's a done deal. I'd like to let them have their say tonight. I also need to wake up tomorrow at 5 a.m. To start my job. I'm quite willing to put in the hours now to hear this, and wasn't exactly we had too many things on the list tonight, and would have been nice to not be 11 o'clock. But I really think it will inflame the issue with the residents if we don't hear from them tonight.
I'm at council's direction. Councillors, what do you want to do? Councillor Shantz, yes. Councillor McMillan, yes. Councillor Redcott?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there more Councillor Shantz?
I'd like to pivot back to the practicality, and I haven't used that word before, so it seems to be the COVID word. But one of the questions I have, and again, sorry, it would be for Jeff Wilmer. What about emergency services, and how do you see that happening? How often do they have to attend the site now? We have a volunteer fire department, and I hope that we wouldn't be expecting a lot of extra work from the volunteers for something like this, because they are volunteers and they have jobs to go to as well. So maybe if you can just talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So I don't think there's much need to be concerned about fire visits. We really haven't had issues with fires, and predominantly is because unlike unsanctioned encampments, and we all saw the Landfort Stadium example in the news a week or two ago, people don't start fires to stay warm because every cabin has a radiator in it and the common space is heated. So, we don't have fire issues. Ambulances do attend the site from time to time, and I think that the Breslau area and Spitzig Road area is still pretty easily accessed from the west side of the urban area, or sorry, the east side of the urban area. And in terms of police, our experience at Ardelt, it's not the residents of the Better Tent City that are resulting in calls to the police. It's unwanted visitors to the site. So it's another example of how the residents are themselves vulnerable people, and others may try to take advantage of them, and the unwanted visitors are a problem. Part of the appeal to the residents of moving to a rural area is to get away from the unkind urban environment. So our hope is that there would be even less calls for police if we're in a rural area.
Councillor Shantz?
Yeah, so if you could expand on that a little bit, just for my own interest's sake. So would they be other homeless people that would be coming there, or what type of people would be coming to that site?
There's a variety. I think, what our situation at Ardelt Place, sometimes they're looking to make connections with the residents of a Better Tent City. We don't refer to them as homeless because they now have a home. But and in other cases, it's just people who've stolen a car and looking for a place to ditch it and move on, and hoping that the blame can be cast on somebody else. And so the Better Tent City residents are maybe perceived as an easy target to blame. So there's a whole range of things. It's hard to get specific about it, really. But I think, at the back of an industrial building that's kind of out of sight from the street, while it was it had its advantages. That was one of the disadvantages, that unwanted visitors could sort of sneak in one way and sneak out another way. You know, a single farm lane onto a farm on Spitzig Road doesn't have those qualities, and so our hope and expectation is that that type of unwanted traffic would be significantly reduced.
Other questions?
And that's also something where we can use cameras if we need to, which can make the difference.
Is Deputy Chief Althouse on the call?
Yes, he is, Madam Mayor.
Hi, Dennis. Do you have any concerns with access or anything, or like have you? This is pretty short notice, and I'm putting you on the spot. Have you talked to other fire departments, or yeah?
Madam Mayor, we have talked to like the city of Kitchener, because we're trying to figure out, one of the questions that came up was the amount of calls into there, which is rather low considering the call volumes that cities get. But the rest of it, I don't really know that much about it because I haven't been involved in it. Our fire hall in Breslau is roughly 1 kilometer away. So for us, it'd be an easy response into there. Like I said, beyond that, I don't really know that much about it. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know one of the concerns that was raised by the residents was concern for the community if there was a call for fire or EMS services. Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like Dennis, though, to address how tiered response works with our volunteer fire department between fire and emergency services. Dennis, could you address that, please, if there were calls to this site?
So with the city of Kitchener is reporting 30 calls from June 19 to June 20. Most of those are being medical calls, but they're at a higher tiered response than we are. So they're at a level A and we're at a level B. So the amount of calls that we would go to medically out there is a lot less than what they are. So I'm not quite sure what the impact would be, but it wouldn't be terrible on us.
If there was a medical call, would you respond? The ambulance it is right there with you. Would you respond, or would the ambulance respond?
The ambulance would respond to the majority of the calls. Our level is more critical calls to the neighbor, to anybody. So most of we don't go to the average little cuts or a lot of the stuff that ambulances and stuff go to. It's more the major calls where there's a vital signs absence or difficulty breathing or drug overdoses, but like what we run in calls is a lot less than what the city would do.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Councillor Merlihan?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Wilmer. I'm wondering if you can talk about the sustainability of a project like this. You know, I read the proposal. It seems like you have about $160,000 to, you know, just going through a planning process is pretty expensive. A location that doesn't have, you know, septic or well water or hydro services is your $160 isn't going to go that far. How do you propose that this project would even be able to get off the ground. And of course, you know, you're asking for a very short period of time. So maybe somebody could expand on that.
I'd be willing to.
Go ahead, Father Toby.
Thank you. We have a lot of supporters, and we haven't even tapped into it. We have 160,000 already. So the Moats Family Foundation has offered already up to $100,000 to help out, you know, depending on when the needs come in. I call Paul Moats. He's been a backer right from the beginning. I can turn to the school board, and they can continue to invest. Usually their money comes in about 10,000, maybe 5,000 at a time. We also have an organization that was started up with Communitech called Tip Tap. And one of its founding members is from the area. He caught wind of the program, and he said, I'd like to do a fundraiser for this for nothing. So over the next couple of months, you're going to see a home being taken around in a trailer to about, I don't know, 8 or 9 different sites in the region, and people will be able to tap and make a donation. It's all about all the small donations that people give. They're anticipating $50,000 to be raised by the end of July for that. And we always have the backing of the Diocese of Hamilton if we need to take out a loan for donations that may be coming in a little bit later on. So, so financially, we have really good backing.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I'm going to need a motion to meet past 11 o'clock. Moved by Councilor Merlehan, seconded by Councilor McMillan. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Any other questions before we move on to the other delegations then? I also, Jeff, do we have to be out of the building at a specific time?
Sorry, so through you, Madam Mayor, our procedural bylaw does require council to stop meeting at 11:45 p.m. and then the building alarm will go off. I believe the clerk, Hummel, could speak to suspending rules of the procedural bylaw, and we could arrange for the alarm to be turned off if needed.
Clerk Hummel, can you tell us what we need to do to have that happen if we get to that point?
I've talked to IT services. We are confident that the building alarm will not go off at 11:59. And if it does, Jeff has the code to turn it off. We're fine.
Thank you very much. It's a very loud alarm. Okay, are there other questions before we go on to the other delegations? Councilor McMillan?
No, sorry, just the other piece that Deputy Clerk Smith touched on, the suspension of the rules. Do our bylaws not allow us to go past 11:45? Do we want to deal with that now, given the number of delegations we have, or deal with that at that time?
We can do it now. Or do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I don't even know what's required. Is that one, do we need 2/3? Is that just a motion second majority? I'm not even sure.
I'm just pulling up the procedural bylaw now. It's kind of
Okay.
loading.
Well, why don't we do it later then and give Clerk Hummel time to figure out exactly how we do that?
I'll stop if I need to.
Perfect.
Are there other questions of these delegations before we move on to the others? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go down the list as they're listed here, and you will have 5 minutes each, and we have looks like 12 delegations listed. So, Mr. Jay Hollings. Mr. Hollings, are you?
Hi, my name is Jay Hollings. Thank you so much to the council for hearing me tonight. I'm a resident of Spitzig Road, and from the plan that I saw tonight, I'll have a visual of Tent City. Just to give you a little background, I moved to Breslau 13 years ago from South Cambridge, and I came to Breslau because I like the fact that this side of Highway 7 was protected farmland. I'm a quiet person. I lived in the country and just outside of downtown Galt, and I like the quiet. Anyways, Bridges formed downtown Galt, and I was a resident there my whole life, so I saw the whole thing unfold. And I'm fully aware of the devastation downtown Galt is experiencing currently from Bridges. That's the number of desperate people outnumber the number of people that aren't desperate, and it's making for a very difficult situation there. Fast forward a little, I traveled to Fairway Road a lot, or at least I did. I went to the gym over there all the time, and I saw the effects of the hotel that housed some desperate people over there at the corner of Weber and Fairway. And I saw the effects of that in that area, to the point where I locked my doors at traffic lights. It's kind of unheard of in our region, like Toronto, yes, but pretty dicey situation. So I had 3 visitors to my house last week, and they mentioned they mentioned in a way that sounded like this was what we're doing. I found out later that council is just hearing this for the first time. So there's a lot of loopholes in what they mentioned tonight. They mentioned we didn't want to get a spot too close to a school. Well, there's a school within 300 meters maybe of where they want to do this. Should a homeless center be, well, housing complex, should that be within 300 meters? They also said that we didn't want to select a site too close to housing. There's at least 20-25 homes. There's some high-end homes in this area. So there's quite a few residents in this area. It's a quiet farm area. Like I'm asking council, do we want Breslau to have that reputation? Like, who knows what they'll do down the road? Will people call it, oh, the Spitzig crowd? Or don't go to Breslau because of the project that they have there, right? They also mentioned, well, we didn't want to start something too close to the homes because we were worried about possible thefts. Well, less than half a kilometer, almost right beside the fire station that we just heard from, is a major, pretty high-end housing complex, like a residential community. And they're just building another one down the road on the south side of Highway 7. So there's lots of opportunity for people that are kind of stranded out in the middle of nowhere. Don't get me wrong, like I should mention, I volunteer for people with addiction, so I'm not against that at all. And I love the people that I work with. It's the wrong place for it, 100%. There's no amenities. There's no reliable transportation. If they got to call someone, these people are very hardened and had a very hard life. And you think they're going to farm food all day long on site, and that's going to be their employment or whatever you want to call it, their thing to do all day? They're going to have nothing to do all day. They're going to be wandering around, and they're going to be, what do desperate people do when they need some money and they aren't employed? I hate to say it, but it's a fact of life. I absolutely oppose this 100%, to the point where I may have to sell if this passes. I can't believe that they would even consider putting this project out here in the middle of nowhere. Just the wrong place for it, wrong time. Someone mentioned, well, we can put up security cameras. Well, then, am I going to have to do that? And who pays for that? Because I didn't need them before. Like, if I got to get an alarm system and security cameras, and then can I get compensated by the township of Woolwich for loss of property value when I go to sell? Or maybe a decrease in property taxes because I live next to a homeless shelter. So there's a lot of issues, and I won't go on. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Questions? No. Craig Nectel?
Good evening. Okay, I'm gonna talk to you about coordinator Nadine Green. In her own words, she is living with the in the tent city. In her own words, it's people live here on their own terms. They live here in cabins, alone, couples, and with pets. And they okay, in cabins, alone, couples, and pets. So if they're in as couples, how many are you still going to fill up the cabins? And so you'll end up with more than the 40 people you are saying you're going to have there. Now they live on their own terms because they refuse to go by rules that the shelters that are funded by the city subsidize, rules that everyone else have to live by, rules that Jeff Miller doesn't want to follow. Jeff Miller says, be compassionate and give us what we're requesting, because we need this now. But he's not bringing up about the other places he can go to until after he's questioned about it. He makes it that this is the only place he can do with the rules that these people won't follow. They're bringing dogs along that aren't allowed at these other shelters. How are these dogs going to be affected with my animals? I'm right across the street from this, directly across. I have 2 dogs. Right now, I'm dealing with hawks and foxes for taking my chickens and ducks. What am I going to do with having their dogs run over here in the late evening or when have you, dealing with my dogs? If there's a fight between the dogs, how am I going to be reimbursed for the vet bills? Or worse, if anything happens to them, then I have to put them down. It's not like in the city where dogs are expected to be leashed. Being in the country isn't all it's cracked up to be. When it comes to lawless, well, you can say lawless when they want to live by their own rules. People that come out from the tent city. Nadine also says she breaks up fights. This is on her website or off of the TV site that she was interviewed on. She says she breaks up fights that happen daily. They will start fights for no reason, it says, or she says. Sometimes just out of anxiety, they'll start a fight. The neighbor that Jeff, is it Jeff? That, yes, Jeff Miller says is 250 yards away. Well, this neighbor is a 88-year-old man that lives by himself with health issues. Now, when they say they live 250 yards away, their laneway comes right out to his front yard. These people that don't want to obey by rules have been breaking into homes, stealing things from the construction site. It goes on to say that theft went up at construction sites in the area of lot 42 when they moved in there. Now, let's see, police are there daily along with the fire department, maybe not daily, but dealing with overdoses. A lot of people have, this is also from Nadine. A lot of people have addictions that contribute to all this unrest. A meth center was set up and about 10 people use it, she says, out of the 50 that are there at the tent city.
Mr. Oh, you're almost done. So if you could try to wrap it up.
Okay, I'll try and wrap it up. Okay, I've been walking around the property looking at things that I have and cannot lock up. It's going to be sledgehammers, crowbars, gas cans, the equipment that we have out here on the farm, having people wandering around my property. There's no restricting them. Having them here is a bad idea. They're in a field that the weather station, the weather network says this summer is going to be a warm, dry summer. There's no air conditioning I'm aware of out there. I don't know if any of you have gone camping in the middle of a field before, but it's extremely hot when you're out there working in it. I can't believe these people are going to enjoy it there after all the money that's put towards it. What about happening, or what about having them over at Kaufman Flats? That's away from construction sites. That's another point I had wanted to bring up. The construction site they're at now, they are people have been climbing on the cranes and got stuck on the cranes. The fire department got called for that. So they're a nuisance there. Construction is the 10th deadliest occupation, with farming being the 9th. Having residents next door like this that aren't farm oriented coming around farms is very dangerous. The crops, if they're in the corn and it's combine season, and say they're passed out, the combine comes along and they're not noticing this person that's sleeping in the corn, what's going to happen to them then? There's all kinds of injuries that can happen. Next door, the neighbor has cattle over there that he has a bull, and what's going to happen if they want to walk over into the cattle, pet the cattle?
Thank you. think we understand your dilemma. I appreciate that you're across the road and have concerns for your and appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Tom McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. I'll keep my comments brief. My name is Tom McLaughlin. I'm from Thomasville Homes. We own residential, commercial, industrial properties throughout Breslau, specifically along the Victoria Street Highway 7 corridor. We generally share the residents' concern regarding the relocation of a better tent city on Spitzig Road. Again, Mayor, I really do want to thank you for your words and thoughts on this subject. They're very thoughtful and very true. We do acknowledge that there is a homeless crisis in North America, but moving this camp to rural Breslau is not the solution. The way this will be fixed is by working together on the core issues on a regional and municipal basis, along with our federal and provincial partners. I mean, we know what the issues are and they're well known, but they're not easily fixed by moving this to the Spitzig Road site. As previously noted, we generally share the concerns, themes, and comments of the other delegates who are speaking against this. Regarding the inappropriateness of the relocation of a better tent city farm to the Spitzig Road location. Our kind of specific concerns are that the site is outside the countryside line. It's currently not designated appropriately in the regional official plan or the official plan, nor is it appropriately zoned for such use. There's also a lack of appropriate soft and hard services for such a site. So there's no water, no sewage, no hydro, or no stormwater management there. We trust that before anything is considered, the appropriate due process will be followed with public consultation and appropriate planning and building processes. I also want to speak to expediting the process. We think it's unfair to all of the citizens, organizations, and businesses who have complied with the planning and building applications in the past and have followed due process. So I'm going to keep my kind of comments brief and concise, but I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilor Merlihan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you to Mr. McLaughlin. Thomasfield has quite a bit of land holdings in the area. Would there be a more appropriate space, further away that Thomasfield could perhaps be part of the solution, and maybe it would be better for your own developments and the Breslau people? Are you in a position that some of your land holdings might be a more appropriate location for a project like this?
In the Breslau area, all of our lands are within the, with the exception of a couple small ones, are within the urban boundary. We want to be kind of helpful in this situation, but again, this is kind of an issue that really needs to be solved on a regional and provincial and federal level. We can be there part of the solution, but unfortunately, we don't really have any land in the area that would accommodate it. So,
okay, that's unfortunate. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Ms. Melissa Bertsky Frey?
Frage, hi, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. My video may not work. Technical difficulties. Okay, it's very late. Apologies for the shine and tiredness. Okay, so ultimately I echo Tom and Doug and everyone who is opposed to this. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a great area for this homeless project. I get homelessness is tricky. It's not all addicts. It's not all people that have had hard lives. There's just circumstances. I get that. But again, this is not a good area. we all need cars to get anywhere. We need grocery stores are 10 minutes away. Hospitals are far away. We don't have a main street. There's no counseling services. We have churches. But again, this is not a place to put homeless people in a field. I'm just thinking long-term. So, permanent housing, how do they get a job if they want a job? How does that next step work? Once the pandemic's over, how will someone bring their child to school? Will the bus come if there are children living there? How will the woman that has fled a domestic situation try to get a job, try to get another house? She's nowhere near anywhere that she can interview for housing or, get another job. I wrote some parts down. In the winter, they're going to garden. What is happening in the winter? Winters are harsh in Canada. In the field and in Breslau, they're worse. Lot 42, I know, was full of drugs. I have talked to someone that has worked in homeless housing in Kitchener. I called someone before this meeting. I know that they bring drugs, and we don't need that for our children. We didn't move to Breslau I didn't move to Kitchener for my family because Kitchener has a homeless problem. Toronto has a homeless, certain pockets. I didn't move there. I moved to Breslau. So we didn't have to experience this head on. Sure, I'll tell her about drugs. Sure, she'll get it later. But let's not walk down the road and see these things happening right now. She doesn't need to see that. This is setting homeless up for failure in a field farming for 3 months out of the year. I just don't understand it. I know companies in Breslau that have been trying to better their businesses, and they go through the water table, the trees, the permits, the land acts, everything with Jeremy Vink. I know this, and this is happening very quickly, and this needs to happen very quickly. And it seems to be momentum is very, very quick, where someone in Breslau has tried to better his already existing business with property tax. There is no property tax that will happen at this land. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wrong. I don't think, also, council doesn't live in Breslau. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. You guys don't know our town. And you know what, frankly speaking, Elmira has way more support and a main street to house a community like this. You have more amenities than we do. We don't even have a bank. We have no gas station. We have no Tim Hortons. I feel overall this has not been thought out. It needs, the land needs to be sold. And then with that money, buy an existing structure, build on that land with the many houses so people have their own space, cameras, a fence, accountability, a 24/7 nurse. I think really this is not meant to be here. Help the homeless, 100%. It's just the wrong area. And there are too many things that are frankly just not yet thought out enough. I'm sorry. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Ryan Yancey.
Good day. I have a preamble. Thank you, Mayor Shantz, for allowing me to share, and a particular thank you to all the councillors set on hearing residents at this ungodly hour of the night. All residents of Breslau believe life is valuable and precious. I additionally believe we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Homelessness is a complex topic that deserves compassion, sensitivity, and gentle speech. Me and many residents draw a clear line between the greater problem of homelessness and a particular policy. I want to make it clear, a critique of a policy is not a critique of a person. So to any homeless person listening, my comment is that you are valuable, precious, and no less valuable than anyone else in this meeting. Any disagreements me or anyone sharing has is not a reflection of your value or worth. We are not trying to take away from the complexities of life. To the precious people who shared with Tony's presentation today, thank you for sharing. I too agree community is critical and was moved by you sharing. I'm going to call people by their first, oh, this is a little different now. I'm going to call people by the first name, and I mean no disrespect. That's my other preamble. All right, so I have 4 pages of long notes, but due to time, I can't share any of them. So I'm just going to wing it, which I was advised not to do by everyone who was giving me advice. When Jeff was sharing, he talked about how we need to be responsive to the needs. He mentioned specifically, and I quote, the township can take a regulatory approach to this, or you can take a compassionate approach. We were just told from David, not 6 minutes previous, there would be the utmost respect for due diligence, and Jeff is advocating for the elimination of due diligence not 6 minutes later by deeming the farm a family. Jeff appears to be keen to take away due diligence, the pillar on which David shared. It seems the residents' concerns have merit. It's not an either or, it's a both, compassion and due diligence. Tony, I'd like to thank you for sharing as well. Your comments were touching, and I couldn't agree more with respect to compassion, unconditional love, and a lot of things that we can learn from everyone in our surroundings. One of the comments that you made that didn't sit well with me is you talked about how negative things have been said and people referred to homeless people as trash. And obviously, based on my initial comments, I couldn't find that more degrading and terrible. We shouldn't be saying anything negative to any person, but you didn't give a specific name of a person. You didn't give a specific comment that was made. So there was no context. And one of the themes that I'm finding throughout both this night and for many conversations I had, there seems to be if you don't agree with me, you must be a bad person. Or if you don't agree with me, you must not care about the homeless people. Or if you care about your property values, you therefore don't care about the property of precious, valuable homeless individuals seeking to make their life better. And I request for the sake of building relationships and solving conflict, we can move away from that galvanizing discussion and talk of if you don't follow the way I see it, you must be the problem and the bad person. And that's come out a lot tonight from my observation. And I took notes in time moments where we talked about canceling speeches or removing debates, or we talked about how people are toxic, or just a lot of negative things. Now, if there was a specific comment that was toxic or very negative or degrading, absolutely call it out and it should be instantly removed. But if there's just general comments that are being made that are simply mean, I just think we should call out the toxic and not generalize an entire group of people. The other comment was, negative comments you mentioned people say, oh yes. The other comment I had is, what if people aren't saying that homeless people are trash like you suggested? What if people actually have a problem with the way homeless people are being treated? So for example, you're a religious man, Tony. I remember in the Old Testament where there's Bible verses where the Bible people sent people outside the city gates, and those were the disadvantaged, the maimed, the unfortunate. It was actually a sign of rejection to move people outside the city. And now I guess we're celebrating it as a progress. And so maybe people are just seeing compassion differently than you. It doesn't mean they lack compassion. It means they see it differently. All right, so thank you for that. Laura, thank you for sharing. You made a comment specifically, and I quote, "Do not be afraid of us." Now, I have 2 comments here. So my first one is, I completely agree with you. Each person is precious and valuable, and we shouldn't fear other people. However, the government of Canada has produced statistics and facts, which I can provide and support, which raise definite concerns with the homeless community with respect to property theft, assaults, drug abuse, and not respecting bylaws. And that's not me being mean, that's the government of Canada stating facts. So I want to make sure we don't conflate 2 issues. We need to bifurcate the issues. We need to separate the issues and acknowledge there's precious, valuable people who need an urgent solution. And I believe the Township of Breslau could not agree more. However, we need to recognize that if we disagree with a particular policy at a particular time in a particular situation, that is no reflection of the precious value we're placing on homeless people. It's a critique of a policy. And by demonizing a group, we move away from the substantive issues, and we just kind of push away our opposition by saying, well, those people are mean and cruel, so we got to shut them down. When really, we got to be focusing on the substantive issues. We're elected in politics to deal with substantive issues. So, and then the other comment that Laura said of "do not be afraid of us" appears to from at least my perspective, and I don't want to use the term contradiction, so I'm going to say I didn't understand it. Maybe there's more to it, but Jeff specifically said, and I wanted to.
Mr. Yancey, not to shut you down, but just to make you aware you're at 6 minutes, because I know you're winging it and sometimes you can lose track of time.
I feel valued from your alerting me. I'll try to speed up. Thank you. Jeff specifically said, or forgive me if it wasn't Jeff, but there was a direct comment. We are not good neighbors. And this is from Jeff. This is not from me making a baseless accusation or me going onto YouTube and making a mean comment. This is from Jeff. Jeff said, we are not good neighbors. And then approximately 30 minutes later, Laura's saying, don't be afraid of us. Which one is true? I think there's a lot of questions here, and the uproar is not mean people on YouTube. The uproar is valid concerns. Some people work thousands and thousands of hours to save up for a home, and now they're watching those values crumble. Now, it's not either you care about the home or you care about the homeless people. It's both and. It's both and that's the main comment I'm trying to make tonight is I'm not hearing rage and anger from the Breslau residents. I'm hearing genuine concerns, possibly poorly articulated, but can we move past poorly articulated concerns, pull out the gold and deal with the conflict at hand? So that brings me to the theme of the year. I'm an employer with 40 employees. I've made thousands of mistakes in life. And after 20 years of being in the manufacturing business, I've learned our vision. And our vision is solve conflict and build relationships. Sometimes we destroy the relationship in the name of solving the conflict and we stomp on people. That's bad. Other times we hide the issues and we run away from the issues because we want to preserve the relationship. And what I'm trying to do in my life and support other people doing is let's solve these conflicts while improving the relationships. So I nominate myself as a person who is seeking to solve conflicts and build relationships. My house is probably the closest to this group, and I am postured to solving the conflict and building the relationship. However, I have several concerns, but I'm going to put those together in an essay, and I'm going to try to frame it in a compassionate way that seeks to value individuals, provide solutions. I'm a hard conservative if you haven't figured that out. And I tell other conservatives, you can't just throw everything to the government. If we're not going to live and walk in compassion, and if we're not going to take some of the fruits of the labor we've earned and generously invest in making other lives better, then it's just going to be the government who does it, and they're going to do a lot worse job than us. So to the Breslau people watching, let's be a positive solution. Let's solve this conflict while improving relationships, and I'm here to attempt to do both. Thank you for your gracious time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Maynard Lanting?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for listening to the community regarding the ABTC experiment. There are many items to consider as we've heard. I will be focusing on the safety of your constituents. First, to all those who are moral shaming the Breslau people, shame on Kitchener for abandoning these people. Shame on Kitchener for uprooting them from their familiar community. People in Breslau chose this quiet community for what it is. This changes things for us all. It's completely understandable that the residents here in Breslau are upset that those that are not in our community are making decisions for our community and potentially changing the community as we know it. I believe what you call toxic is simply frustration. You'll help us. That this is going to be pushed on us, and we would like to be part of it and part of the solution. So I thank you for listening. Now that I've got that off my chest, I would like to thank Jeff, Nadine, and Father Collins. They have spent countless hours helping the less fortunate. They are a model of love and compassion to our fellow people. I admire them. To a small extent, I can identify with the challenges that Jeff and Nadine face. I have experience with providing low-income housing to those with addiction and mental health problems. When I was 24, I begged the bank to lend me enough money to buy a house. And for the next 13 years, I lived in that house and rented rooms to students, hardworking immigrants with no money, and some people that struggled with addiction, mental illnesses, and predatory tendencies that made it difficult for them to have a career, housing, or relationships, and they became like family. And I'm sure that the homeless at Lot 42 have become like family to Jeff and Nadine. In fact, that's what they themselves called them tonight. Funny enough, I had written that before I even heard that, because I understand. These are people. And when you meet them, you see yourself in them. Given this, I completely understand that Jeff and Nadine will do whatever it takes to find housing for their family. This includes withholding the complete truth of the matter. What parent with a difficult child who is expelled from school after school will tell a new teacher, "My son is irrationally violent and may start a fight at any time for no reason, will steal whatever he can get, and everything he says is likely a lie"? No parent is likely to do that. They just want their kid to have a chance. And just maybe the kid will be better this time. Jeff and Nadine are like this too. In interviews and in presentations, they have glossed over the hard truth. Certainly haven't told the whole story. And I feel for them. I understand. But the sobering reality is that among this group of 40 to 60 people, there are those men who are physically strong, irritable, irrational. They're violent, coercive, and concerned only for meeting their addiction needs. And they're prone to activities that society has clearly found to be crimes. It's a fact, and it's true. I know this. They will not rehabilitate and will perpetually reoffend. Those that are familiar with this community, they know this. I've met them, I've talked to them over the past few days. I have lived with these people as well. These crimes may be due to addiction, and it breaks your heart, but they are crimes against other people, and they leave broken victims in their wake. It's the truth. My family, like many others, live on a farm within walking distance from the proposed location. I have a wife and 3 little girls. My wife is small and pretty, and her most violent action is playing Chopin on the piano. She's defenseless. Chickens are intimidating to her. As the homeless roam about the countryside, it is inevitable that they will come across her gardening or out on the lawn with the kids. What will she do when, not if, when she is confronted by one of those who are violent for no reason, or see her as an opportunity for something I don't even want to think of? Unlike a city, there is no one within shouting distance, no one to help her, and the police are too far away to arrive in time. At the very least, she'll be forced to talk to them and be friendly. Because what if she doesn't? Will they be offended and attack her? Or hold a grudge against her? And then what if they are rejected by her? I'm sure that every woman listening now can identify with what I'm trying to describe, but failing to do so properly. And what about my innocent little girls playing in the sandbox? Should I fence the whole farm with barbed wire and chain link fence? That's not even good enough. A homeless person who is bent on destruction or otherwise, or I don't know, has all day long to cut through the fence or go under or over it without me even knowing. Several addicts I know have abused children in the past. Keep them far from my little girls. Father Collins, with all due respect, the Good Samaritan did not have his children with him. The victim was helpless beside the roadside and offered no threat to him. He simply needed help. The victim simply needed help. And I am willing to help, and I have helped. But this is an adult problem for men and women who are able and capable of helping. Neither my decrepit farmhouse, my barn, or workshop have commercial grade security. There is ample opportunity for theft, vandalism, and injury to trespassers. Every morning when I go to do the chores, will I find someone in my barn? Or more than one? What if they are like those tenants I have had that hate me and wish to harm me simply because I had a house and they didn't? Or because I gave concessions on overdue rent, or forgave rent completely, or gave them food, or clothes, or rides, and then one day I say no to something and they get angry and try to harm me? Yes, it's happened more than once. What will farmers do when things go missing, or their tractors are vandalized, or their barns burn down because residents are smoking in the haymow? And will farmers be held liable for the injuries to homeless people that are unfamiliar with farming practices?
Mr. Lynn, you're almost at 7 minutes, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. I'll post. This has never been tried before, except in California, where the location was on municipal land, with municipal services and support, and with municipal full-time paid security. In this case, the township may give permission for this project and yet could vote no further support. This is an experiment by Jeff Wilmer's own admission, and he admitted that this would be tough for Woolwich Township. Do you really think that California would be paying for security if it wasn't necessary? But again, they are experimenting, and the consequences will be placed on our children. The volunteers, the paid staff, they will leave at the end of their shift and go home to their significant others. For the neighbors, the random crimes, the sirens of emergency vehicles, the uncertainty, and the fear will continue night and day. I know this firsthand. I also know as a landlord of low-income housing, a desperate tenant that wants to move in right away is a tenant you really desperately do not want. I cannot emphasize that enough. Listen to your gut. You don't want this. Council needs to do the right thing and unanimously deny this application from ABTC. It is simply an experiment with Woolwich carrying all the consequences and will result in many victims. Do the right thing. It's hard, but do the right thing. Deny their application. Send ABTC to Kitchener Council. Kitchener should have compassion and take responsibility for their homeless. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Mike Morris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm here tonight as a Kitchener-based neighbor and fellow Waterloo Region resident who has known many of the leaders behind A Better Tent City for over a dozen years. I've read the letters included in this weekend's council package. I've listened closely to those who have spoken before me. And from this, I have some understanding of the concerns being raised. For my part, I'd like to offer the following for your consideration. First, the people leading A Better Tent City are among the most thoughtful, caring, and considerate of our community. Both with this project and with so many others over decades of community service, they have a proven track record of following through on their commitments and a history of successful interventions that have improved our community. They are deeply focused on listening to concerns that are raised and working towards an environment that is dignified for A Better Tent City residents and mindful of concerns of nearby residents. Second, the people behind A Better Tent City have already made many key decisions that address many of the concerns being raised. Just a few I feel bear restating in light of earlier delegations this evening. Citing A Better Tent City farm at least 250 meters from the nearest resident. Ensuring requisite services and supports for residents will be provided on site, including hydro, water, food, and most importantly of all, a sense of belonging and connection. Limiting vehicular traffic, setting up the site to dampen noise and being mindful of visual aesthetics, and finding a supportive landlord in the Diocese of Hamilton. Third, A Better Tent City has proven to be an effective model to support people that have been failed by various systems in our society, which others across North America have sought to replicate. By focusing on a sense of family and community, by building trust, and by treating residents with dignity, lives are not only being saved by A Better Tent City, but residents are finding healing and fulfillment in their lives. As Nadine Green, A Better Tent City site coordinator, who you've heard a bit about this evening, recently shared with me, she says, I want people to know that we are a family here, that we love each other, and that we look out for each other. I see the changes in the people from when they first came here compared to now. They are so much different. It's home. When you're at home, you know you're safe and you're loved. Finally, I'd like to offer a clarification for your consideration. The residents of a better tent city aren't people that are less fortunate or who have made poor choices. They are Waterloo Region residents, many of whose circumstances are the result of a variety of systems that have failed them and us, including the education, criminal justice, housing, and mental health systems, each of which can and should, we all should be demanding improvements to. In the meantime, however, many of these residents have been harmed by these systems, and we have a shared responsibility to address these harms. Lucky for us, a better tent city has already proven it's a model that has returned dignity and a sense of belonging to these residents. And as a community, I believe we should be looking to strongly support models with this level of demonstrated success at a variety of locations across Waterloo Region, including this one. Thanks for your time and for all of your commitment to public service.
Thank you. Questions, Council? Excuse me, Councillor Millihan, and we do have to do a resolution that's past 11:45. So go ahead with your question, and then.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mayor Shantz, through you to Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris, you have at least a 20-year background of advocacy on environmental issues at Waterloo Region, including, you know, the 2.5 hours previously at this same meeting. What can you do to advocate, aside from coming here tonight and asking Woolwich Township, you know, your connections that you have at the City of Kitchener, at the region of Waterloo, through all the work that you've done to get the region to come to the table, look at how they shelter people and how they should be including more people on that front. What is it that you could do on that front?
Through you, Madam Chair, thanks for the question. I believe deeply this is not, what we're speaking about tonight is not a sole responsibility of the Township of Woolwich. It's on all of us together. And the region is a key part of the solution. I would be so glad to have a follow-up conversation with yourself and or any other member of council or staff. If there is anything that I can do, I would be glad to be a part of that conversation. So if I can understand better where you think I may be able to help, I would be fully at your service and even just appreciate the offer to be a part of a conversation like that. I have had a good number of years of experience of moving towards whether it's social and or ecological progress in our community. And I know that the people, again, as I shared earlier, behind a better tent city have even more so. And so to be a part of conversations with yourself, those folks and other folks at the region, I'd be glad to be a part of.
Okay, I just on one thing, I watched the City of Waterloo meeting the other day, and you seem to have a friendship with Mayor Jaworski. That could be one place to start. And any other regional councillors that you could get on board from just from your, you certainly have more connections than probably most of us on council for the length of time that you've been working with politicians. So I would appreciate if we could find and discover whatever the location is in Waterloo Region, that would be a more of a long-term solution than what we're talking about tonight. But your help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Can I respond, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to add to that, through you as chair, would be happy to have a conversation with any one or number of regional councillors, including the mayor of Waterloo, if that is seen as helpful to this conversation, to finding other locations. Those are conversations I have also been a part of with some of the leaders of a better tent city over the last 5 months, as you heard from Jeff, that they've been looking at other appropriate sites. And yeah, again, would just welcome continuing to do so. You've already got my email address, so would be glad to have a follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to ask Clerk Hummel we need, I had an email from her that said we need 100% to go past 11:45, and we've already done that, so maybe it doesn't matter anymore, but can I have a motion?
100%.
Moved by Councilor Merlihan and Councilor McMillan. All those in favor? There's your 100%. Okay, and
Mayor Shantz, could we have a 2-minute break? I normally don't drink coffee, but I've had 2 of them tonight. So. Or you can continue and I'll race.
We'll give you a 2-minute break. 11:55. I've got 11:52.
Thank you.
And I'm going to stand up.
Sandy?
Yeah.
The last delegation, Brian Blanchard, has dropped off, said he'd like to be added to next week's agenda.
Very good. Thank you. Val or David, I'm wondering if we can leave the staff reports till next week.
Yep, everything can go to council. But I already have 2 delegation requests for a Better Tent City for next week. One's a video, one's Brian Blanchard. And I'm sure I'll get more requests. So at some point I'm going to have to cut it off again so it doesn't get overwhelming.
Okay. All right, are we ready to, everybody's back? 1, 2, 3. David, did you want to add something in there? No. Okay. Mr. John Messina,
Yes.
welcome.
How are you doing this evening? Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. First of all, just to note that we have been fighting with Woolwich for a zone change now for over 30 years. I like that there to sink in for everybody on a basic zone change. So if you're saying that we can maybe fast track this, you might want to think twice. And this will also set precedents for all other farms that want to set up a family farm such as they're stating over there. So I realize we have a limited time, so I'll make this quick and to the point. My name is John Messina. With my family, we reside on 1579 Hopewell Creek Road, close to the intersection of Hopewell Creek and Spitzik, at approximately 500 meters from the proposed site. Perfect sight line to their backyard. The first point I'd like to make is everyone is entitled to a roof over their heads, food in their bellies, and basic health care. Three of the most important things for anyone in this region or anywhere for that matter. Which brings us to our second point. That is, this location has none of these attributes. On top, no social assistance, no food destination, no transportation, no zoning. The list goes on, but the township really knows all of this. Shame on the city of Kitchener and its mayor to kind of evict out and cast out some of its most vulnerable citizens from the city. Shame on the Roman Catholic Church and Father Toby, Laura and Jeff, and I apologize for last names, for being deceptive when speaking to the few people around the proposed site, and for not divulging the trueness of their proposal, and for not suggesting or even volunteering the 18 plus churches and parking lots that are in the Kitchener-Waterloo area that could help in housing and assist in all of these individuals as they want to, but not in their established churches. Obviously, we know there is no infrastructure here, and there are many more negatives that surround this proposal. But let's look at an alternative. Let's look at the root of the problem, which is not shuffling these people around and not taking them away from what they need. In your proposal for your residents of ABTC, you all point out improvement of health, learn new ways, reestablish relationships, reclaim dignity, find hope. These all can be achieved by the church and its services and volunteers, yet you push them further away from these establishments and think it's a good idea. I'm confused on the logic and your thought process. Also, in your proposal, you state that Conestoga College is part of your community support. What a wonderful place for ABTC to be. This would coincide with so many of the programs at the college level with hands-on experience and amazing opportunities for those volunteers and students that can help and learn. Shame on our mayor and council for being scrupulous to the neighbors abutting the proposed site and the surrounding neighbors by not sending out a notice or anything whatsoever. Together with our 2,000 plus signatures and the actual handwritten signatures of the neighbors that are close here, our voices are strong. And we need a strong council and mayor that can make the right decision for its community. This may be your test. Mayor, council, I thank you for allowing you to speak my mind. Good evening.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Oh, Councillor Schatz, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the delegate. So what is the answer then, John?
Just a minute. No, I had given you, Mr. Schatz, I had given you some. So colleges are a big thing. They do have all the amenities there. They want to learn how to grow. They have people that can grow there. They have a class for that. What about social assistances? The colleges literally have classes for all that there where they could have hands-on experience. What about the churches that I suggested too? All their empty parking lots. We can't go to church anyways. Why can't we put a few here, a few there? It would be much easier to take care of them. Think if we have 53 people that are going to move here to this place, we're going to have 100 by next year. I can almost guarantee it because the region is already anticipating so many more residents to come into the region. That's public knowledge. So homelessness is not going to go away. It won't. I think we all can understand that there. But what we have to do is we have to acknowledge it and make better places for it. Middle of the field over here is not going to work. There are other places to go. I honestly believe that they have not exasperated all avenues at all. I think this here is like a Monday morning quarterback and they don't know where to go because the city Kitchener has kicked them out. And they figure, let's go over here because maybe the township is a little more lenient. We need to stand up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Morton and Amia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of a Better Tent City, and I want to say thank you to staff, to Clerk Hummel for helping me to access the meeting, and also to council for listening for such a long time and staying engaged with this. So I have attended St. Jacob's Mennonite Church, also known as SJMC, for many years and married into a family with a long history in Woolwich Township. And though I'm not speaking on behalf of SJMC, my words and tonight are deeply informed by what I've learned from my church family there in Woolwich Township. When I first set foot in that church over 25 years ago, I was immediately struck by the world-class welcome and the robust warmth of the genuine hospitality. And I've learned over time that welcome and hospitality are foundational to the identity of my church family, and it has grown from the church's deep roots in the community of Woolwich Township. That's what made me want to stay, and that's why I'm still there after all these years. This hospitality is practical, responding to real world needs by rolling up sleeves and getting things done. And this welcome is extended to strangers, even those who are very different. When folks arrived as refugees from Laos in the 70s and 80s, SJMC welcomed them into the community, and they did the same when Syrian refugees arrived in recent years. While others stepped back, sizing up the potential threat posed by these unfamiliar newcomers with traumatic backgrounds and an uncertain future, SJMC stepped up. They opened their arms to welcome strangers and rolled up their sleeves to help newcomers get themselves established. Today, Woolwich Township has the same choice to step back or step up, as more unfamiliar newcomers with a traumatic history and uncertain future need welcome and hospitality. When I heard about the challenges that a Better Tent City is facing in finding a new home, I decided to go and meet people there for myself, and I would urge you all to do the same. I heard their stories. I heard about a woman at a Better Tent City who brings meals to over 50 folks living unsheltered in the community in Kitchener every night. And I want to emphasize that. This is a woman who lives at a Better Tent City who goes out every night to feed people in Kitchener's downtown core. And frankly, I think that's a level of hospitality and courage that Woolwich Township and my church family and I can learn from. Today, I'm asking you as a council to step up and to be true to the spirit of this community that drew me in long ago and still feeds my soul and changes how I look at the world. I urge you to carry on the tradition of welcoming and hospitality that has been passed down through generations. I call on you to have the courage of those deep convictions, even in the face of many who would step back and forsake them. The people of a Better Tent City are counting on you to step up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bob Jonkman.
Good evening, good morning, Mayor, Council, staff, and all those others listening. I had submitted a written submission to the Council with the hope of having it included in the agenda, but unfortunately I clicked on the request to delegate, so here I am as a delegation. My apologies also for not having a camera on this computer. I'm here to express my support for the relocation of a better tent city to Woolwich Township. It's been located at Lot 42 for about the last 15 months, and it was known to the residents there that that was a temporary arrangement. And with the recent death of Ron Doyle and the sale of the lot to a developer, the need to relocate has become urgent. And there have been no other landlords who have been as generous as Ron Doyle, nor have any of the other municipalities stepped up to offer their public lands to provide the much needed housing. Now, another organization, the Hamilton Diocese, has offered to help out, solving a problem for 50 people and providing a location so that Woolwich Council can meet the immediate housing needs for these citizens. The plans are already there to make a location a livable space. There have been a lot of objections to lack of amenities there, but those plans are in progress, hooking up hydro, digging a water well, installing a septic system. And the residents are going to be bringing their own housing, the tiny homes purpose-built to be a shelter. And there's medical support from the Sanguine Mobile Health Van, food support from several community organizations, and financial support from thousands of citizens. There's even a plan to adhere to the agricultural zoning of the area so that the residents will be operating vertical farms in storage containers, and they'll be able to produce some of their own vegetables and produce. This has been called a homeless camp, but the residents of a Better Tent City are not homeless. A Better Tent City is their home, although it's short-term emergency housing. It's not long-term residence. But if a new location isn't made available soon, then these people will be homeless. The location is not ideal, but it's available now. And this is an emergency. A large part of the community has already stepped up to provide aid, and most of the work to make this a success has already been done. All that remains is for Woolwich Council to expedite the approval for this. A Better Tent City is not permanent housing at all, but it's a home, and it provides shelter to so many people, which satisfies one of their basic human rights, the right to shelter. And I encourage Woolwich Township, or Woolwich Council rather, to be a part of this solution to permit the relocation of a Better Tent City to Woolwich Township, to expedite as many of the regulations and inspections that needs to happen, and perhaps to declare this a legal non-conforming use. In most instances, when you move to a new location, the residents there don't get to choose their new neighbors, and this really should be no different. There's been a lot of talk about the criminalization of homelessness, and that is true in part. And sadly, by adhering to the full process and not using the power of council to expedite the permission for this, this may again be the criminalization for homelessness. There was an earlier presentation that alluded to the Sustainable Development Goals to eliminate poverty. Well, we can take the step here in Woolwich to do that by providing some affordable, in fact, almost zero-cost housing, at least zero cost to the municipality. I see a lot of residents who are scared of losing what they might have there, property values, the security, the safety of their surroundings. But that's exactly what has happened to these residents at a Better Tent City. Mayor Shantz had earlier said, be kind to each other, and I would urge that we be kind to each other as well. Thank you. I'm willing to take questions if anyone has them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joplin.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Gloria Jordan.
Hello and good evening or good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. And I'd like to send my greetings to my past neighbors at Thomasfield subdivision that I lived for 15 years, raising my family there. And I'd also like to say hello to all the delegates who've poured their passion in, regardless of the position, into tonight. I come as a past resident of Breslau, where I had the privilege, and I say the white privilege, of living in a very large home in the Thomasfield subdivision. And I was there when it was just beginning. And the reason we chose Thomasfield subdivision is because I love the vision of Tom. And the vision of Tom was to create a community of multi-level homes and open space where people could work and play and build community together in a loving, welcoming way. And we chose that community for that reason. My sons had a chance to grow, and those of you who are on the call may have been my past neighbors, but you know, we have enjoyed the Hopewell Creek area. We've enjoyed the pond in the back. We've enjoyed the land, and we've enjoyed being connected to each other. At the same time, I've also worked in senior level government and healthcare for many years. And most recently have brought together, as Dr. Joe Mancini has mentioned, some incredible leaders who serve homeless individuals in our community to create something called the Inner City Health Alliance. And I had the opportunity to lead the COVID response for those who are homeless in Waterloo Region. So I really understand and have seen the challenges of the individuals that we're speaking of this evening. And they're resilient people, they're beautiful people. And they live in very difficult and challenging situations. During the COVID response, I saw how bathrooms were closed at cities and areas where people used to go and need to go when they were living homeless, and the challenges that we didn't even realize as privileged people what we take for granted. And we saw that. You heard about individuals who are camping out in front of St. John's Kitchen. And I know firsthand the challenges that many face in shelter systems. And shelters are not ideal. It was never meant to be long-term shelter. It was meant to be short-term shelter. But we do know how difficult it is, as you've heard, to find affordable housing and rent. And so I've had a chance to meet many of these individuals. And I remember the day that Lot 42 started. And I remember the day that Ron Doyle stepped up with Jeff and said, we're opening our doors because this is crazy. This is crazy that there are so many people outside and others who have responsibilities for shelter are not acting quick enough. And it was cold. It was still cold in March, and it was snowing. And there were people outside without water. And there were people living in tents. And Ron opened his door, and he didn't have all the bylaws, and it was illegal, as he said. But he opened those doors, and very quickly there went from 10 people to 20 to 30 to 40 to 50. The people who are there now look very, very different than what they looked a long time ago. And I remember sitting there and none of the health services wanted to go to Lot 42 because people were afraid. What is this place? But we sent our mobile bus, our primary care bus. We sent our bus because that is the mission, to go where people are. We sent our nursing team who go under bridges to serve people because that's the mission. Those are our brothers and sisters. And over a period of time of sending in those resources, other people weren't as afraid to go. And more resources came and more resources came. And for the longest time, we can't find a location for these individuals. They continue to be dislocated. And I think that we all actually have a common goal, and that's to find a place where we can belong and land where we can live, and places where we can connect to. And I think of the Thomasfield subdivision, and I'm grateful that my sons had the opportunity to live there, and I'm grateful for the neighbors there and the friendship. And I do believe that the individuals who are here tonight are good-hearted people. But I will say to those who are against a better tent city coming into the area, we have tried very hard to find other solutions. Now, I really believe that maybe other solutions will come forward, but I want people to know this has not been easy. And to think that government is going to solution it, that's not going to happen. It's going to take a whole community approach. And I think tonight there have been some really good ideas. What I would say is that the individuals who are at a better tent city and the leadership and the grassroots leadership, it has been beautiful and amazing. And there are a lot of services that are going out there now, but it took a lot of advocacy and a lot of effort. So just wanted to assure you that, let you know those services aren't going away. More and more services are coming in. All I would like to say is that if we all continue to say not in my backyard, we will continue to dislocate our brothers and sisters. And whether we have the privilege to live in a high-end home or, you know, we choose to live in a tent, we all, as many of you said tonight, deserve shelter, food, love, and belonging. And to be honest, I experienced that in the Breslau community. And I saw that community develop from small homes to large homes. And I know there's good people there. And I would just like to say that on behalf of a Better Tent City, please consider this as an opportunity for the community and learn more about the individuals who are coming. They are very well supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And our final delegate for this evening is Barbara Schumacher. Shoemaker. How do you
I say Schumacher. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, councillors and mayor. And I'm speaking in favor of a Better Tents City farm. As I've said, my name is Barbara Schumacher. I'm a physician. I have retired after 40 years of practice in the Waterloo Region. I mention this as an explanation for my interest in the scientific evidence for best practice regarding the solutions for homelessness. This information is what I wish to share with you tonight. Housing First is without question best practice. Research from the US, Europe, and Canada supports that recovery-oriented approach to ending homelessness is the best practice. The philosophy behind Housing First says all people deserve housing, and adequate housing is a prerequisite for wellness. There are 5 core principles to Housing First. 1, immediate access to permanent housing is not linked to requirements for housing readiness, like sobriety or abstinence. 2, client choice and decisions regarding the type of housing and access to services are respected. 3, Housing First focuses on the basic human needs to survive: food, shelter, and relationships. The recovery orientation means access to harm reduction is important. In addition, opportunities for client growth in social, recreational, educational, and occupational relationships are built right into the housing experience. 4, supports offered are driven by the unique needs of the clients. Health and mental health services, as well as life skills coaching, are voluntarily accessed and culturally appropriate. 5, supportive engagement in meaningful activities are built into the social development within the housing community. The Mental Health Commission of Canada has funded some of the world's most extensive research on Housing First. The results were astonishing. The chronically homeless person with complex mental health and addiction issues placed in a client-centered housing with support available remained housed. They reduced use of health services and involvement with law enforcement and increased self-esteem. What about the question of cost effectiveness of ending homelessness? Spending on affordable housing in Canada's poorest households has declined sharply over the past 25 years. When we do not invest in solutions for our homeless community members, taxpayers pay more for healthcare and justice. It costs us more to ignore homelessness than it would cost to fix it. We need an adequate supply of safe housing for the variety of people chronically homeless, those fleeing violence and abuse, Indigenous people, families, seniors, and youth. Homelessness is not a choice. Reasons include job loss, eviction, inadequate discharge planning from hospitals, correctional facilities, and other institutions. Solutions must come from government interventions, public health measures, and individuals like you and me. We need to acknowledge with gratitude the tremendous amount of work, community conversations, collaboration, and goodwill that have been invested to bring this A Better Tent City Farm project to council today. I am here to do my part as an advocate to dispel generalizations that homeless people are lazy and need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. It is our responsibility as citizens to educate ourselves and to engage in compassionate conversations about solutions for homelessness where we live. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. Are there questions? Thank you. Dr. Schumacher. Okay, that brings us to the end of the delegation list. There's one other delegate listed and he is asked to be moved to next week. So I will say thank you to all the delegates. We've also received a number of pieces of correspondence and a petition with about 1,600 names. And from here, I think we need to spend at least a few minutes talking about what happens next. Just for council's own information, we can suspend the rest of the agenda except for number 11. We'll deal with that next week. Yeah, thank you to everyone who is here. You're welcome to listen into the rest of the conversation. Next steps. Mr. Brown?
Well, I think certainly we'll have to understand what, if any, commentary there is from council on that subject, but I will, note what I did say at the start of the meeting. Based on staff's discussions to date, we have been recommending the regular process whereby the Better Tent City would meet with planning staff and proceed with some appropriate planning process. And certainly, certainly our manager of planning, Jeremy Vink, has talked very briefly about that this evening. Certainly we can talk more about that next week as well. If there are other building code or fire code related issues, certainly our chief building official or our deputy fire chief can speak to that. But if you were, or you're asking me in terms of next steps, certainly staff still have been of the opinion that there's a journey to go on here in terms of due process. We do appreciate, though, the difficult nature of the tent city having to move on the June the 20th. However, at the same time, remain concerned that if we don't go on a journey, where we're doing this together, side by side, so to speak, with commentary and questions answered, etc., i.e. due process, that there would be concerns with anything other than that. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. I think we've heard a number of things this evening. We've heard people who are fearful of their property, fearful of their loved ones, fearful of what could happen with this community. We've heard from people who have told us that that this is a good solution, and that it's been working, and it's a beginning. We've heard about short-term housing, about being respectful, about listening to each other, and I think that's all part of what we want to do. And I recognize that it's late. At this point, we don't have an application. I'm inclined to ask staff to work with the proponent this week and come back with some kind of report, or not a solution, but some kind of report next week. Council, where do you want to go from here? Councillor Shantz.
Maybe if this is something that is going forward, obviously, I wonder if it would be wise if one of our building inspectors went over and looked at the existing buildings to see if they're even compatible with what we need or anything like that, or is this too premature at this point?
There are no built. Oh, you mean the tiny homes? Okay. I wouldn't say this is definitely going ahead, but I think we need to close the loop on it. Mr. Heckert?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Shantz, my understanding of the homes are that they are small enough to not require a building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Merlehan.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Tonight there was a lot of powerful delegations on both sides, very emotional on both sides. I get it, I feel it, I feel both sides. Some of the delegations raised some excellent points. Mr. Mazzina had some questions about exhausting church parking lots. He mentioned Conestoga College. I was even thinking, arenas have been empty, and probably empty around. Maybe the Kitchener could step up over a period. But if we could exhaust some of those areas in the next week and just have an answer, maybe by the proponents here of this proposal of what they've done with church parking lots. We have a lot. I mean, in Elmira, I think we have like 15 or 20 churches. They're properties that are largely vacant most of the week. Is that even a possibility? I have no idea. But I think, I'd like to know what the answer would be. The other thing I'd like to hear back from proponents on is Mr. Wilmer had talked about the region having a 2025 kind of line there where they're going to have housing for everybody. But he also said that the people that are currently occupying Lot 42 don't want that type of housing. They don't want to be part of that system. So, is this a 3-year temporary looking at, or is this a let's have a pilot project and then it never leaves? That has to be talked about at some point. So I think that's what I'd like to see next week is some answers, and even going through some of the minutes of people's delegations, if there was legitimate questions in there that aren't all the same, that people get answers. That would be appreciated.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so we don't have a resolution before us. We don't even have an application per se in front of us. So my suggestion would be, Mr. Brown, if the township can meet with the proponents and come next week with some more information, some answers to some of the questions and concerns, and we can, I guess, decide where we go then. Unless you have another suggestion, David, go ahead, and then Scott.
No, that's fair, Madam Mayor. I was just going to summarize though and say this, that, you know, as we tried to explain at the beginning, this was a presentation. Yes, it's unusual in advance of a planning application for a group to make a presentation. But you would have heard this evening why they did that, because they were also appealing for a decision on compassionate grounds. You know, that being said though, I mentioned earlier, there will be discussions across the region about other possible sites, whether they be interim or long-term. Nothing, however, in the future would ever prevent this group from making a planning application at some point, right? They've done a presentation tonight, but anybody can make a planning application and go through the process. However, as I said earlier, and I think, you know, many have encouraged here this evening as well, what about other sites? What about other sites in the mix in terms of in terms of long-term? So that will definitely happen. As I said, next Tuesday, I'm optimistic that as the Regional Housing and Homelessness Working Group, hopefully we'll be able to have some sort of special meeting. I don't know if it'll be able to happen before then, but again, to have this type of conversation in terms of interim or longer term appropriate sites. So that will happen as well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this issue for tonight, Council? Okay, we'll revisit this next Tuesday at our council meeting. This was a committee meeting, and we'll see where we go. Clerk Hummel?
Yeah, so there's many items being pushed to next week. That's fine. There's already content on for next week. So I'm going to skinny up the agenda by saying all correspondence that's on your agenda tonight, I'm going to consider it received. If anybody, even one person, emails me to bring something back, I'll do that. Anything that's on the consent agenda under information, I'll just bring the titles back next week. I'll get the motion next week. The memo about cannabis was for information. If anybody wants me to bring that back next week, just email me. And I need direction on delegation requests. So are we going with 5 or 10 minutes next week? I don't know what you want to do. I will monitor timing, trying to avoid getting us in the same boat of a meeting this late. I encourage written submissions because the agenda can take as many as anybody wants to submit. But if council gives me direction now to cut it down to 5 minutes, I need that now.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor, yes to 5, yes to 5. Okay, we've got consensus on 5 minutes for the delegations. And just to help you out, Clerk Hummel, I'm going to go through really quickly and ask for the consent agenda. Does anyone want anything pulled from the consent agenda? Okay, can I, do we need a mover in a second? Okay, mover and a seconder, Councillor McMillan and Councillor Shantz, all those in favor? That's carried. And the cannabis one is for information. Do you want that back on the agenda next week? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Down, don't need it? No, okay, so you don't need to put that on the agenda next week. We received that for information. We'll do the we'll do the other 2 pieces though next week. Okay, and then we need to move to other business. We need a resolution to delegate authority for site plan control approvals and above and below ground servicing for 2-year maintenance agreement. Mr. Brown, any background on that?
Yes. So we need typically it would be the Director of Development Services that would sign site plan agreements. So we need to delegate that to the Manager of Planning at this present time. And on the servicing front, to accept when subdivisions are developed and we go into a maintenance period for both the above ground and the below ground, i.e. servicing side, we accept a maintenance period, and that's reviewed by our development engineering staff, but we would need it signed off by, in this case right now, our Director of Infrastructure Services, Jared Poupé. So that's the reason and rationale for this at the current time, not having a Director of Development Services.
Would someone like to move that? Do you have questions? Councillor Shantz, Councillor Merlihan, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, thank you. We have an outstanding activity list. We can put that on next week if anyone has anything. And there are a number of items of correspondence. Is there anything on there that you want us to bring back next week? Nope. Seeing nothing, thank you. We have no public notice or notice of closed meeting or notice of motion. And we can entertain a motion to adjourn if you'd like.
Mayor Sean, sorry, just like while we're here, there's a new agenda item next week. Delegations, will they be able to delegate again if they delegated this week? Like I would think we would want next week to be for people who didn't have a chance this week. But I don't know if we would have bylaws that would limit that, do we?
I think that's a council decision, Clerk Hummel.
We usually say new information only.
Okay.
Councillor Merlihan?
Yeah, sorry, we kind of breezed through the letters there. There's actually one that's really appropriate for tonight. The City of Kitchener is calling on support from the region for housing supports, support funding to end homelessness, and requesting support from the Ontario government. Is that something we could quickly agree based on tonight's discussion that maybe we also join in on that call?
If council agreeable to that, or we can bring it to next.
I'd second Councillor Merlihan's motion.
Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, Val, can I get you to put something together on that? Please.
Yep.
Anything else? Motion to adjourn? No? Larry doesn't want to go home. He's at home. Councillor Merlihan and McMillan, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Council, thanks. Anyone who's still listening and everyone who participated this evening. This is a very difficult topic, and I thank you for your graciousness and your respectful submissions. Please join us next Tuesday on June 8th again, and we will be live streamed as well. Council members, please stay connected on Zoom until we receive confirmation that the live stream has stopped. Good night, everyone.